Hello?
Hello.
Oh, jeez, Jared.
It wasn't me.
Sure.
Scene. The first scene.
Hey, are you ready? Lisa, yes. Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. I am calling to order a regular meeting of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners. It is 9:30 a.m. Present in the room are Commissioner Waring, myself, Commissioner Brown. Online, we have Commissioner Gleason. In the room, we have so far 6 members of our staff. We will begin today, as we always do, with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Moving on now to review of the agenda. Does anybody have anything to add, subtract, or adjust? No from Lance. Gleason.
Nope.
I've done that before.
No, it all all looks good to me.
Okay.
Gleason's okay with it.
Anyone else? I don't see anybody else. Okay, do I have a motion to, no, we don't have to approve that. We already did it. Okay. Now we're moving to 5, public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken, since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. So I'm getting my timer set for 3 minutes. There's no one from the public in the room. And I do not see any hands online. So we will move on to,
Oh, there is one, Mr. Tooley.
sorry, I had my, what's up with my screen? Oh, I know it's blocked. Okay. Mr. Tooley, kindly unmute yourself and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Um, my apologies, but given your history of inappropriately obstructing the Board of County Commissioners, obstructing my ability to speak with false allegations, with defamation, your statement that you're not seeing my hand is not credible. I think the topic I wanted to speak to is one of those previous instances. And that was the case where you cut me off for speaking off topic, applying lessons from the gondola to the wastewater treatment plant. That lesson is that Mountain Village is attempting to use the failures of previous processes. There is some evolution in the players, but it's not, nobody's being held accountable for those previous omissions. And it's the same game. And it's some of the same players. No, it's, it's a control freak. And it's one that historically has been used to delay wise investments while people are pulling cash out of San Miguel County. And that would include some of those same players. As such, this is an allegation of extortion, political extortion, including using false threats, accusations of threats of violence, completely false. No basis whatsoever, except for a widespread gossip machine here in the county, bipartisan real estate and Democratic gossip machine. you need to figure out some of those details. There is I believe, adjacent possibility that is relatively easy to solve the wastewater problem, the wastewater treatment repeat of the gondola funding, which was solved with a properly constructed wastewater public utility district, which prevented it from happening. And that is to expand and modify the gondola authority, the regional transit authority, to include the wastewater.
3 minutes.
I'd like to hear Mr.
One more thing, if you let me.
That's fine. Carry on, but just for another minute, please.
So the cost to run a pipe per Jared's number of $330 per linear foot is $17.5 million to get down below Placerville, below the 62 intersection. Amber Blake, I forget, I don't know her well, but she has experience in running both of those, both transit projects and wastewater treatment authorities with the Durango plant, as does Jared. And also on paper, she has the resume to qualify to do it. And she's been working here for a while. I had something else, but I'm forgetting that. Thanks.
Thank you. And just for the record, the reason I couldn't see your hand, Mr. Tooley, is because you're at the top of my screen and I had a banner that said recording is in process that was blocking the top of my screen. I needed to push OK and then I could see your hand. So that was the logistical issue I faced. Okay, we are now, let's see, anyone else for public comment? I don't think you're here for public comment. Okay, consent agenda. Any questions or comments about the consent agenda, or do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I second that.
Terrific. And I would just like to call out those 2 letters that we wrote, one regarding geothermal and one regarding Medicaid, and just there's a lot of effort happening here at the county to hold our representatives in Washington accountable. And these are 2 examples. So how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. Moving on to administrative matters, 7A, consideration of the appointment of Isabella James to the Lone Cone Library District Board. And present, we have Todd Bittner, Lone Cone Library Director, who I am so happy to see. I want to jump out of my seat and give you a hug, but let's just consider that done.
Outstanding. Thank you so much.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. You know, we have a caveat in our bylaws that there's 5 to 7 representatives. As I've been in some form of public office for over 30 years, anything over 5 is always a little scary for me. However, Bella James is a frequent library attendee. She's a local architect who works remotely and takes full advantage of the library on a regular basis. One of the areas that we were missing on our board was that professional level of somebody can do a direct impact in helping us with our expansions and things that we want to do here. And she's going to be a phenomenal resource for us. The board was in full support. As a matter of fact, I think every board member kind of went to her at some point and asked her. She did do her due diligence and vetted us and her responsibilities and is taking it extremely seriously. I thought about coming in here and asking for a few $1 million, but I realized that's not really a good opportunity. And I just want to let the board know that I greatly appreciate all the considerations you've given our community and the work that you're doing. Very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. I'm just looking up your board to see who else is on there out of curiosity, because I don't want to put you on the spot.
You're welcome to do so.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, we have Michael Donnellan, who has been a community member for a very long time.
Sergeant in our sheriff's office.
That is correct.
Mhm.
But his representative there is more because he's got 3 children in our school system and really does utilize that library significantly. And obviously he's part of the Schneider Ranch process. And so his perspective is really outstanding. We have Ken Lukaczewski, who is a community member who's on multiple boards in the community. His wife is a teacher in the West End, and he is a small rancher, and he has a great experience in life and came from us from California and has great experience. We also have Kimberly Campbell. Kim Campbell is a small business owner in the community and has been with us for a very, very long time. She's our board secretary, and she's doing a great job of keeping up some support for us. And I think that we all know Emily Height, who just received the Regional Volunteer of the Year award, and you can't speak highly enough about somebody who has dedicated their life to public service.
Also serves as president of the UMC board, of the Lone Cone Legacy Trust Board.
It's inspirational on what she's done. And of course, we have Todd Bissell, who is the current superintendent of the public schools. And I believe that the connection between the school districts and libraries is an essential piece of the growth of the library. So would you like more details? I can probably give you names of spouses and whatnot if you'd like.
No, but I mean, what a group. It's
Yeah,
fantastic.
It's a fantastic group, and the evolution of libraries in the communities has changed so much. Having to be able to pivot and do what needs to be done, and really, the Wilkinson Library is a fantastic example of how to pivot for the needs of what the community has.
Absolutely. Other commissioners, any comments or questions?
I'd just like to say that I do really appreciate Isabella James's professional background and see how that will absolutely benefit the Lone Cone Library, and just know her as a community member and a mother, and she's a fairly new member to the Norwood community and has already really given a lot to the community, and I believe will bring so much to the board of an already stellar lineup of community members that are currently representing on that board. But with future plans for expanding the grounds at the library, I think her architectural background will be incredibly valuable.
And Todd, thanks for bringing us the easiest decision I get to make all day. I move to appoint Isabella James to the Norwood Library Board.
And I second that.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The motion passes enthusiastically and unanimously.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Todd. I gotta give you a hug, sorry.
Watch your head, Todd, watch your head.
I'm sorry, I come over to see you.
Come see me.
Okay, bye-bye. I can't seem to turn on my video. If someone back there could help. Unable to start video. It's not essential. Oh, you got it?
You were hiding out, man.
Was I?
There you
Was
go.
I hiding out behind the recording? This meeting is being recorded button? There we are. Okay. Fantastic. We are now moving on to item 8A. I should note right on time, Natural Resources and Climate Resilience. Star, please come on up. Star Jameson, our director of that department, with your update and other as needed, including ratifying yet another letter we're sending to Washington.
Thank you, commissioners. I will just start with my update. So last night I submitted another letter to Congressman Hurd regarding public land sell-off, the Public Lands Caucus and Public Lands in Public Hands. and I will have that on next week's agenda for ratification.
Are we not allowed to pass that today?
That's the other.
Oh, that's a different one. Okay, sorry, you're right. Yeah, yeah.
I attended the Green Grants Committee meeting for the Snuffles Energy Board last Wednesday. And very productive meeting. Met with the group that was organized through the Snuffles Energy Board to look at the pros and cons of the current Green Grants program that the town of Telluride has been working on the last few years. And we came up with a few things like caps on the Green Grants program. And so looking at a cap of $25,000, but people who can that want to do a larger project can actually apply for a partial grant for a larger project that exceeds, to meet that 25K. Let's see. Also, with that, sorry, I've got a lot here. Other things that were accomplished, just reviewing the existing Green Grant structure, agreed to incorporate a needs-based element. So just looking at how do we determine the applications, how do we look at their income brackets and determine their eligibility that way. We looked at income brackets, property value, and employee count for businesses, and brief narrative section for all applicants, thinking it was important that they explain why they want to apply for the grant and why they think that they're eligible for that. I have also.
Before you move on from Green Grants, will that have any implications for this county's Green Grants program? Is that going to be structured similarly?
Yes, ideally to have the entire Green Grants
Great.
program using the same metrics and the same structure would be ideal for this program to move forward. And I was there, Commissioner Waring was at the meeting last week, so I spoke on behalf of the county because I had actually looked into this previously and to try to figure out, how we determine this. The thing that I had missed out on when thinking about it was businesses and how to incorporate businesses when they apply. And so we had a really good discussion on the town of Telluride and how they work through businesses in that realm of being able to apply. We had some follow-up because we didn't really come to any conclusion on some of the things. So we're going to have a next meeting and discuss some of the follow-up items. Let's see, I have the EV charger RFP out, and it is due on May 27th, which is coming up shortly, and received one application thus far. I have been researching the US Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. I had discussed this with the Recreation Collaborative on multimodal trails and the discussion of this planning grant, which would cover the whole county and look at reducing traffic fatalities and multimodal trails planning. I also have done a little bit of research and all of these things when they are more finalized and I have more details and have had more time, I will bring these to you, but I've been looking at an older resolution from Montrose County for Gunnison sage grouse and their 1041 regulations for the Gunnison sage grouse. We currently have other wildlife sections in our 1041s. We don't have anything specific. CPW had provided me with this resolution. It was adopted in 2013 and then it was rescinded. but it's a good example. I've talked to Kay Simonson, and we've looked through the land use code and just determined where something like this would fit best, just integrated into the land use code or actually put into the 1041. So I need to do a deeper dive looking at this language in this resolution and how it could play out in our 1041 regs in the easiest way. And that is all I have for my updates, and we could move on to the ratification of the letter if you all don't have any questions for anything I've just discussed.
None from me. Anybody else?
All clear, Star, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you, Star.
And I do not have any, did you want to present the letter, or, I mean, I presume all read it. Did you
yes,
want-
it was included in the packet,
Packet?
and
Mhm.
and it was sent on Monday via the deadline of the 19th. And this is the letter to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife for the endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, rescinding the definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act.
This is a big one, really big one, I think, big concern. Do you have any sense of how likely that is to happen?
Say that again?
Do you have any sense of how likely that this rescission of the regulatory definition of harm, how likely that is to happen?
I'm not sure. There were over 15,000 comments I noticed in the on the website that had already been submitted on Monday. I'm not sure how
Yeah.
that's going to play out.
Right, well, we'll make it 15,001. Would anyone care to make a motion?
Move to ratify the comment letter to the Fish and Wildlife Service proposal to rescind the regulatory definition of harm in the Endangered Species Act regulations.
I second that.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Star.
Thank you.
We know how hard you're working. It's like your job is doubled. Pace yourself as best you can. Okay.
It's good work.
Yeah, it is important and good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 9A, consideration of a subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment on lot 1 and 2, Rehnquist exemption and the Rehnquist exemption tract. And we have Nicola Kerr, our associate planner in the planning department, coming to, and looks like John Hubner.
I don't know if our applicants are online yet, because we were thinking this was gonna be at 10, so. we
Oh,
might
good
wanna give them
point.
5 minutes to join us.
Sure. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's move on to 9B. And this is an item from which I have recused myself, and I think I would just like to step out of the room to be consistent.
Okay.
Okay?
Commissioner Brown, you could just abstain.
I know,
There-
but I'd feel more
up to
comfortable,
you.
and I can text the Duranis and tell them we're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All
Laura.
right, yep. So this is a resolution that is to memorialize the decision of the board from the hearing that took place on April 30th regarding the planning director's written interpretation involving the employee housing impact fee for 155 Hayden View Trail. And as you'll see in the resolution, the findings are pretty short, but just stating that the commissioners are affirming the planning director's written interpretation, but including the option for the owner to submit a change order application with updated building plans showing the as-built square footage, and directing the planning and building departments to work to recalculate that impact fee should the owner provide evidence demonstrating that the as-built square footage is less than originally permitted.
Thank you, Maura. Commissioner Gleason, do you have any questions?
I really do not. I am prepared to make a motion unless you have any questions or comment, Commissioner Waring.
No comments, please proceed with that motion.
I move to approve consideration of the vice chair's signature on resolution 2025-15, affirming the planning director's written interpretation of the land use code dated February 12th, 2025 regarding employee housing impact fees for 155 Hayden View Trail.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll second. Any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none, how do you vote, Galina?
Aye.
As well, motion carries with Commissioner Brown abstaining.
Yes.
All right. We have completed item 9B, and we are still a couple minutes ahead of schedule for item 9A. And I do believe that we should get Commissioner Brown back in the room, please. Thanks, Jared. And I'm scanning the guest list. I don't see the Darionis yet, so we'll give them another couple minutes. We can all stand up and stretch. We could try to wedge something else in the space of 3 or 4 minutes, which seems like a bit of a stretch, and that's really Commissioner Brown's decision. So I'm just gonna sit back and wait for something good to happen. And here she comes.
Right.
Welcome back.
Thank you. We could just pause. I just texted Tony 2 minutes out. Okay. He'll be here in 2 minutes. So,
What?
oh, he's right here. He's coming up the stairs.
He's fast.
What's that?
He's fast.
Yeah, that was a quick trip from Norwood.
We're going to
Oh,
take a quick.
oh, we're taking a quick
recess.
break?
Do you wanna?
We'll take 2.
Sure, take 2.
Yeah.
All right. We will be back at 10 o'clock. Yeah, thanks, everybody.
See her. She's having those lots.
The Duranis are wondering where you are, Galena. We said, what? You can't see her there?
This box up there.
Now she's all really on this side.
Oh, wait, where am I? Oh, no.
There she is. Okay, thanks.
I'm here. I'm in a very special place right now. I'd love to give you all a tour.
Do you want to give us a hint?
Have you ever read The Emerald Mile? Anyone?
Yes.
I am sitting in a building where that boat is currently hanging from a rafter.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty neat.
That's awesome. All righty. Now we are moving on to item 9A. I already read it. Consideration of a subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment on lots 1 and 2, Rehnquist exemption, and the Rehnquist exemption tract. Again, Nicola Kerr, our associate planner, is presenting, and then we have the applicants here, Antonio and Barclay Durrani. So take it away, Nicola.
Thanks, Anne. Good morning, commissioners. I'm presenting a subdivision exemption today for a lot line adjustment. So that means we are transferring some acreage. We're starting with 2 lots, ending with 2 lots. Our applicants are here, Barclay and Antonio Durrani, following Anne's lead on that pronunciation. These are located north of Norwood, right on the Montrose County line at 1401 County Road 43Z. And that address, that parcel, half of that parcel actually lies in Montrose County. And then at 1363 County Road 43Z, both of these are north of Norwood. That first parcel, the one that has partial acreage, the San Miguel County portion of that parcel is 59.55 acres. It does have a residence on it, but it is classed as agricultural. And then the other parcel is 19.2 acres. It is classed as mixed use. It also has a residence on it. They're both zoned Wrights Mesa. And they are proposing a subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment. They want to adjust the common property boundary to shift approximately 5 acres from that smaller 19-acre parcel over to that about 60-acre parcel. And the reasoning for doing this is so after that acreage is shifted, when it is combined with its Montrose County acreage, it'll be about 105 acres, and that will leave them 3 35-acre parcels that they're hoping to work with the land trust to put under conservation to keep that farm working agriculturally in a perpetuity. So here is a vicinity map of the farm, and then you can see the Montrose County line with Norwood to the south. Here are the 2 parcels that are in San Miguel County, that these are the only 2 parcels that it is affecting the Rehnquist exemption, and the lots 1 and 2 less the Rehnquist exemption. Here is the portion of that western parcel that lies in Montrose County, just for your visual aid. And then here is our plat map. On the next slide, you can see a little bit more detail as to what's happening. So if you can, maybe you can't, oh yeah, you can see my mouse. This square here in the southwest corner of that smaller parcel, that 5 acres is being taken from the smaller parcel and transferred over to this larger parcel. So we did publish a public hearing notice in the Telluride Daily Planet and the Norwood Post, and Barclay and Tony did mail out notice to their neighbors and posted a sign on their property. And the only comments we received from review agents were that they had no comments, other than Dave Foley, who did review the plat. He worked with Chris Kennedy to get all of his comments addressed. And our review standards for this subdivision exemption is that this is not creating more than the original number of lots or parcels through the instrument of this plat. The purpose or effect of this lot line adjustment is not the creation of a new, development right. In the case of non-conforming parcels, although this is shrinking a parcel, it has been the interpretation of the director that since the function of the parcel is not being affected, it is not becoming more non-conforming. And the applicant has submitted a revised subdivision exemption plat that adequately addresses all of the county surveyor's comments, and it conforms to all the relevant land use code review standards. And then here is your sample motion. Let us know if you have any questions.
Sorry, I think we're gonna go to the commissioners first and then the public. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. I know you're more than just the public, but Commissioner Gleason, Commissioner Waring, any questions for Nicola?
Commissioner Gleason, I don't have any questions. Nicola, thank you for that very clear presentation.
And then we'd love to hear from the Duranis if you have anything to add on top of that, or
Nothing really to add. Thank you for that presentation. I think she covered it really well. Like she explained, this is part of a process that we're undertaking to preserve the farm in perpetuity into a conservation trust. And it was recommended to us that we end up with 3 35-acre parcels so that we can retire the zoning or the development rights on 2 of those 35 acres. And then since the development already exists on 135 acres, that wouldn't change.
super exciting.
Yeah, we did include a letter, I think you've got in the packet, kind of explaining a little bit, just slightly on our vision. Which is to, in the spirit of sort of regenerative ag and common ground, common land that benefits the county, we want to make sure this land does stay a working farm. That is our long-term goal.
Admirable. I see a member of the public had a comment. Now, let me just say, you need to come up to the microphone. I'm sorry, that's kind of, okay, you're gonna just,
Microphone to you.
all right, there we go.
I just wondered, you gotta have 35.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself, please?
From Norwood Red Valley. I pay taxes in San Miguel County as well, but I don't get to vote. You gotta have 35 acres to do a conservation easement? That's my question. Is that why you're worried about 100 and something acres?
So their plan is you have to have 35 acres to divide a lot without going through a subdivision exemption. So once they have that 105 acres, they'll be able to split into 3 35-acre parcels. And then on 2 of those parcels, they'll retire the development rights.
And on the other one, there's already a house, so
Exactly.
I understand you guys are wanting to turn that all into an easement, conservation easement. And I just didn't know if you had to have 35 acres or what the plan was, what the rule was.
It doesn't sound like that's why this particular step is being made, but I do have the same question. Do you need 35 acres to have, Barclay, you do? To put a conservation easement on it, you need 35 acres minimum?
That's my understanding as far as assessment of the development rights, like to develop. You can develop a 35-acre parcel by building a home on it, for instance. And to retire that right without changing the zoning, you have to keep it a 35-acre, which is the correct way of explaining it.
Jared, do you have a thought on this? Or
I was gonna suggest it. Nicola's explanation is the accurate one in this case, right? That it is easiest if the acreage is available to do these 35-acre parcels and retire the development rights on 2 of them. It's not to say that there couldn't be a subdivision process where a smaller parcel was created and a conservation easement could take place on that parcel. But again, in this case, this is the probably easiest and most effective permutation because the acreage is available and it doesn't require a subdivision process that would potentially change the zoning or do something else.
And many more steps than this. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
These with conservation easements are for way larger tracts than this, so I didn't know that they had to have at least 35 acres. I didn't know, so that's fine. That answers my question.
I don't think you do. I just think in this
It's-
case, yeah, this particular case, it's the easier way to go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. Anybody else online or in the room have a comment or a question? I see none, in which case I am ready for a motion, which, yeah,
Happy to make
Oh.
that. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just enthusiastic to make this motion.
Please give Commissioner
Okay, I move to approve the proposed subdivision exemption for lot line adjustment to adjust the property line between lots 1 and 2, less Ringquist exemption and Ringquist exemption tract as presented, to authorize the chair's signature on the corresponding final plat and to adopt the corresponding Board of County Commissioner Resolution number 2025-13, finding that the proposed subdivision exemption for lot line adjustment application is in compliance with all applicable land use code standards in section 5-1203, lot line adjustments, including the submission of a final plat that complies with the final plat submission contents required in the land use code as presented.
enthusiastic second.
enthusiastic, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. This is the second motion today that passed enthusiastically and unanimously. Yes. Thank you for coming over. And thank you for what all you're doing for San Miguel County, and in particular, what you're doing for this beautiful piece of land.
Thanks.
Getting a little misty. Okay. We are done with item 9 and we are moving on to item 10A. These are parks and open space matters. We have a presentation by the Charbonneau Conservation District to update the commissioners on their projects. And Janet Kask is listed as the lead here. I don't see Janet in the room, but I do see lots of people from Charbonneau, including Steve Hale. Tell me if I have this all right. Hi, Steve, right? Yep. Clifford Childs, we saw back there, and Carl McKinney. Carl and Clifford. Okay, great. Board of Supervisors. Okay. And Steve, you are the executive director?
Board president.
Board president. Okay. And there's some other names on here. Penny Bishop, I think she is online, as well as Dave Deerstein, who I don't see, but we understand he is a significant contributor as well.
Try to get online as well.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. We have your presentation in the packet.
Good.
And are we gonna run that for the community?
Are the slides available to put up on the screen?
Yes, can you see?
Okay, we're just gonna get that online.
Janet just said she's on her way.
Oh, perfect. Oh, we are a few minutes ahead. Okay, so we'll just take a breath.
Can I chime in for a moment?
Please, Galina.
I just wanted to welcome you all to the meeting, and apologies that I'm not there in person, but I've had the pleasure of already participating in one Charbonneau Conservation District board meeting, and I'm just looking forward to this presentation.
Thank you, Galina.
Galina, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Are you a county rep on that board? Or are you on, or did you attend because of your interest in the subject matter?
No, I am participating as a county rep.
Yeah.
And my interest in the particular subject matter.
Of course. Thank you. Janet, would you like to come up to the microphone as well? We have you as our.
Start?
No,
No,
we
didn't.
just had the introduction of the.
Getting situated, and we're waiting for the screen share.
Okay.
Yeah. If that's tricky on your system, I might be able to do it. Should I try? You're close. Okay, take your time. Take your time. Janet, is there anything you'd like to say as we wait for the presentation to come up?
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner Brown. I just want to mention, as you already know, we have representatives from the Charbonneau Conservation District here today, and the primary purpose today is that they're going to give the county commissioners and the county an update on all the programs that they've been working in and working on. But I just wanted to mention that we started our relationship back in 2023 when Chavano got involved in the county's PES program, the Payment for Ecosystem Services program. And they've been integral members and partners within that program, working with Chris Hazen of the Terra Firm. And it's just, we've got a great collaborative effort and partnership going forward. So I'm thankful for them being here today. And again, their presentation that they're going to give is going to give an overview of everything that they're working on. But I just wanted to give thanks for their participation in our PES program while they're here.
Definitely. I think the first time I met you all was coincidentally at the Durani's property,
Oh, yes.
discussing the PES program with the Saguache County Commission, Saguache. Sorry to my friends in Saguache, who came over to learn about our PES program and were so enthusiastic. Yeah, so world, everything's coming together here. Nancy, are you close or?
Jared's gonna get it.
Oh, sweet.
Search for the page in the packet and he had it quicker.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Jared.
Jared. Okay.
Well, thank
take it
you.
away. Yeah.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to come and present to you all. And we're excited to be here. I'm glad Penny started with this slide up here at the very first. We're pretty excited about this new logo. We've been around since 1941, and no one had bothered to change the logo for all those years. So we got a facelift a little bit, and we went actually back to some of the design elements of a logo that was part of the Uncompahgre Conservation District, which Chavano represents about 5 different regions that each had their own little district. And over the decades, it all consolidated into what is now Chavano Conservation District. That includes most of San Miguel County and the west end of Montrose County. And but anyway, this logo was creation of Mindy Stewart, our education director. And if you can see it in the small print there, underneath it says conservation serves everyone. And I am so excited to kind of recapture that theme, especially in today's world of politics and everything else going on. We can all look to natural resource conservation as something that we should all be able to agree on. And we've been at this endeavor of conservation for a long time. And it's hard because so much of the public doesn't know that we even exist. And so we're excited to present to you, and so that you, as you interact with neighbors, friends, across the back fence, over the fence, that you can explain what a conservation district is and what we do here locally. And yeah, go ahead. So our office is down in Montrose. We're currently housed with the Natural Resource Conservation Service in their federal building on Parr Place. But we actually own our own office building that in Montrose, and we use it as a help to produce some rental incomes. But yeah, we are in Montrose, but we cover a wide area. And so this is the interesting thing about conservation districts and its history, coming back clear to the days of the Dust Bowl in the 1930s. They understood that to handle natural resource concerns with soil conservation, water conservation, that they ought to set up these districts geographically according to watersheds. And whenever possible, especially in the West, those districts typically encompass watersheds, perhaps more than county lines. So our district goes from basically the Blue Mesa Dam west clear to the Utah border, south from the top of Red Mountain Pass all the way to the perhaps the confluence of the Uncompahgre River with the Gunnison in Delta County. So our district really takes in a large chunk because of those watersheds. And then about in 2000, there was an election to bring in San Miguel district into Chavano. And Carl was an integral part of that. And so we inherited Carl along with the San Miguel County or the San Miguel District. And then we added Cliff Childs, and Cliff and Roselle have been a tremendous addition to our board. And we really are gaining a lot of momentum, I believe, in helping producers, landowners in the West End of Montrose and San Miguel counties to perhaps tap into a lot of conservation efforts. And we really are excited to just coincidentally have Tony and Barkley here, heroes of ours as well. So that is just a brief overview, but together with the Gunnison and Dolores region, now Gunnison watershed is kind of a district of the districts. And boy, we take in a big part of the Western Slope. And it's just a really great association we have with Gunnison Conservation District, Delta Conservation District. And overall, there's, about 73 conservation districts in the state, about that, and over 3,000 in the nation. And they've been quietly working in the background all these years since the 1930s. And so it's really great now to bring forth the history and the strength of these districts to help further conservation, because so many groups, so many entities have grabbed onto the word conservation, have programs like eco services, payment for ecos, all these environmental and conservation efforts. And in the background, we've been doing this for decades. And so we want to invite a lot more partnerships and a lot more collaboration to strengthen this message.
I have a question on this slide. I see the logo for the Colorado Department of Agriculture. So I'm sorry I haven't learned this in my 2 years as a commissioner, but are you part of the state Department of Agriculture? Funded by them, or are you a nonprofit?
Well,
or
good point to bring up right now.
Okay.
So there is a statutory division of under the Colorado Department of Agriculture, the Colorado State Conservation Board, which I was privileged to be on for some years, helps really administer and make sure these districts are functioning throughout the state. So that's an arm of the State Department of Agriculture. So they have a director there. We have some matching grant coming through that program. I think it ends up being around $5,000 a year. Very limited funds in that general fund coming from the state, very limited. And that's the hard thing about conservation districts. The funding of those districts has been very, very limited. And in most cases, I'd say 60–70% of the districts across the United States have had to go to a mill levy to survive. And so later here in the slides, I'll get further into that. But Chavano is not one of those districts. We've held very strong to the opinion that we do not want to go to the landowners and ask for more money through a mill levy. So I'll explain
so
that.
you'll tell us later how you're
Yeah.
funded. Okay, perfect.
Okay, go ahead. But our mission statement, it's important. It's like, why do you guys exist? And born out of the need to try to conserve soil back in the 1930s, and it was ironic. I just saw a news clip the other day that Chicago was having dust storms. And so even today, all these decades later, we are still fighting a lot of issues that continue with the droughts and changing things in our climate, all the things that are happening. Still, there is such a need for conservation. But we are a volunteer board of supervisors. These guys, along with my other board members, we're producers. We're Cliff and I actually have a shared background. Our great grandfathers helped build the Gunnison Tunnel.
Aye.
And Cliff, you're a longtime Legacy Ranch and mining background in West End of Montrose County. Carl, as many of you know, longtime Legacy Ranch family history in West End of Montrose and Norwood. So we are made up of volunteers. We don't get paid for this. We get a big whopping check for mileage, I guess, at the end of the year. But we are very much common ground of conservation minded, and to serve our communities and providing the technical expertise. I mean, there's really no better person to go to than an actual landowner and producer. And that's why these districts were set up this way, to have volunteers that were actual neighbors and people that cared about taking care of their own lands and the communities. So it's through that mechanism that we provide the expertise, the funding through grants and different education programs to get the conservation work done on the ground. Because all the talk in the world is great, but unless something actually happens on the ground, it's not as real. Okay, go ahead.
It's us and the NRCS. Is how come all those sprinklers are running down around Norwood, all those pipelines got put in. You go over to Montrose and all those concrete ditches, all those pipelines, all that stuff, that is us working on the ground.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we've been doing that since 1940.
Hmm.
So we have made a difference.
Go ahead. So this is our board. Lanny Denham is a producer down in Olathe, Montrose County. Roxy Stewart, longtime family, Legacy Ranch west of Montrose. Eddie Atencio is the person there in our board that actually is a former director of HUD for the state of Colorado, and he has a land ownership there in Montrose. Have a new board supervisor, Zach Danielson, tremendous new asset to us, and ranching background or ranching community. So we do have a vacant supervisor position, and so if there's interest, I would entertain certainly a conversation with anyone that's really interested in finding out more about our board. Go ahead. So some of the goals briefly of the district, of course, we really strive to make every effort possible to protect our water quality, water quantity. Soil health has become a big priority in our district, probably more emphasized in our district than many other districts in the state. We went hard and heavy after soil health in a big way before it was cool. And and so we have range management, weed control, of course, all these different resource concerns. We do a lot of education. I think we'll get into a slide. Our education director, which many districts don't even have anyone dedicated towards education. We happen to have one of the very best in the nation, and she's been recognized certainly at the state level of quality of education programs. And so we put on forums and seminars and things like the farm tours that we've had at your place a couple of times. Through PEZ and things that we've had other interactions, even in San Miguel County with the compost workshops that have gone on. And now we really want to look forward to doing more education along those lines with the zero food waste programs. I believe is working with Emma at the Eco Action Group. I'm anxious to meet with those folks to see where we could continue some of these education, because that compost agreement that we had with you guys ended last year.
Right.
And so, yeah, there's all kinds of education things. We've done a lot of work, as Carl mentioned, these salinity and selenium programs. There continues to be national funding towards eliminating and reducing salt load into the Colorado River Basin. So many decades of efforts have been made to reduce deep percolation of salinity into the Colorado River Basin. So that comes in the form of underground water delivery systems, through gated pipe systems, through improved land leveling. Our district was heavily involved with, and continues to be heavily involved as a partnership with NRCS to get more appropriate water conservation efforts made so that we don't send salts down the river, and it makes it better water quality. So those are some of the projects and goals, but go ahead. Our financial report, we wanted to kind of give you a kind of snapshot of what we bring in. As with many districts and nonprofits, we live and die on grants. And we bring in just, I mean, Penny has done an amazing job as our director. She goes and hunts and finds all kinds of opportunities. And we partner with a lot of folks, CSU Extension, of course, NRCS right there. But we really welcome opportunities to partner up with folks and get conservation work done on the ground. So those come in, and typically we don't take hardly any administrative fee. Perhaps, and a good example is the PEZ program. where we administer that, help get it on the ground. And currently we only have like $2,000 coming towards the district. So those are very, good programs, but we don't collect a lot of money for us as a district. We have building rents and things like that from our building. That really saves the day, helps pay for Penny and Mindy and some of the salaries. But we really count on working together with counties and other entities to help fund us. And we live on a razor thin margin. And we get down, after we spend out everything we can, it's very typical that we bounce $10,000 below budget, 10,000 above. We are really, on the edge. We're not a wealthy district, but we have been sustainable over the decades, whereas a lot of districts have struggled more than us. Go ahead. So this going back to a mill levy option, and if you take a look at the counties in our district and how the agricultural tax revenue compares to their overall take as far as county revenues, here in San Miguel, as you well can probably expect, you only have 1.91% of county tax revenue coming from agricultural lands, even though you have a lot of good agricultural base still remaining. You look at the farms and ranches that are in Norwood area, but even up here, a tremendous amount of agricultural land is still there. Again, this kind of just points out that it would be very difficult for us to go to the landowners because of our geographic areas in multiple counties. We don't want to go this route, but it points out that you do have a segment of your land base that is still agricultural base. And I want to make sure that we provide everything that we can to help make those farms and ranches sustainable and thriving and not just a tax write-off. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any sense of the acres that are proportionally within San Miguel County that are still ag?
You know what?
We could probably get that from our assessor, but
We probably need to take a deeper dive into studying that. But there is a tremendous amount of historic ranch lands, mostly at this end of the county, summer grazing grazing lands. But it would be a real good study to find out just how many acres are still being used for grazing. As many of you know, my wife's family up here on Deep Creek, they still have sheep coming in all the time and through the summer, and we're probably going to be reintroducing cattle to that rangeland as well this year. And through programs like PEZ, I believe that we can showcase that these lands can be very productive and that can be improved upon. And so, yeah, I would like to find out exactly how many acres as well.
I'll check in with our assessor and see how hard that would be to figure out.
Yeah.
She's really smart.
So here's a few. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to weigh in, just looking at like NRCS overlay maps with looking with throughout the county at prime if irrigated lands. That's a really interesting exercise to look at what exists within the county on those NRCS maps. And that's been pretty eye-opening for me. We looked at those with solar potential, developing the solar regulations on Wrights Mesa, specifically looked at those maps. And we have quite a resource throughout the county with prime if irrigated land.
Very good point. I appreciate you bringing up the tool that we often use extensively through the NRCS, the Web Soil Survey, to find those mapping soil types and yes, that was a prime example of things that we can bring to the table as a district as the county go through planning and zoning decisions. We are used very heavily in Montrose County and things. But we would invite you to use us for these planning, zoning, questions, because that's where we can come in and say, yep, prime if irrigated, or this is a critical habitat, or this is or whatever the natural resource concern is, and it really does help. And just being part of the community to be a resource to the county. So in other areas, we've done a lot of things in this last year. We've talked quite a bit about the PEZ already, but the past 2 years before that, we've done the compost field days, educating folks, and then real excited about continuing with you on the PEZ program as well. The Dave, I don't know if you're online yet. Is he online? I guess not. Dave Deerstein is retired.
There he is.
Is he?
Yep.
Wonderful.
I mean, can we allow him to speak and video? Yep, and maybe same for Penny in case she wants to weigh in. Great.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Dave, I'd like to introduce you to the group to give just a brief overview of what you are doing with Chris Hazen and his team to execute the PEZ program.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Yes, I've been involved with the PEZ program. This is my third summer now, and I'm providing technical assistance to that program. And basically, we have a team that goes and meets with the landowners that are potentially interested in payment for ecosystem services. And we go and we set up some baseline data. We collect soil samples. We do a vegetative transect. We do a soil pit, and then we do soil health assessments. And then from there, we generate reports on the information that we find while we're in the field. We communicate with the landowner potential options that could potentially be funded through the PEZ program to help basically sequester carbon using soil health principles and practices. So that's pretty much it. We have already been out 3 times this year to various landowners, and the interest continues to seem to grow over the years.
Thanks, Dave. He kind of downplays his role, but I tell you what, his expertise after decades as a soil scientist has been very amazing to see how the information gathered at these landowners' fields and farms translates into amazing reports to really isolate. Okay, you've got compaction here, you've got some erosion there, you've got some real potential here with some good soil. That report that Dave puts together for the PEZ participants is amazing. And
the reports we generate are from anywhere from the small ones are probably about 15 pages of information and documents, and then bigger ones have exceeded 35, 40 pages. So it's a pretty comprehensive assessment that we do. And again, it's kind of an ongoing thing, applying these soil health practices that have been documented and shown to sequester carbon.
Very good. Thanks again, Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and here's some photos of some of these activities. This was last year's event in Ridgeway with the compost and food reduction tour that we had, and that was a very well attended and successful event. And that was on the second year after we'd done tour we had classrooms in Norwood, and we went to the Durrani's farm that year of 2023. Okay, go ahead. So, Dave really was a hero of Western Colorado in terms of bringing soil health to Western Colorado. So Dave actually helped start the Soil Health Committee, which is a really great grassroots committee, no pun intended, that helps the district. It works within the realm of the Chavano district, but it's a volunteer group that anyone can join and take part in. And holy cow, we have really utilized the committee to do a lot of things. This last year, we did an amazing thing to start an annual farm and ranch trade show. It's called the Western Colorado Farm and Ranch Innovation Trade Show, which is held at the great big event center there at the fairgrounds in Montrose. And we brought in vendors from all over the nation and we're going to get more this year, focused on innovations in soil health, regenerative agriculture, things like that. No other trade show, I believe, that ever is existing in the United States that is focused on that. And so it's going to be exciting. That I do have some date reminders. We're going to do November 13th through 15th. So go ahead and pass those around. We also are very heavily involved in a joint effort with Valley Food Partnership to do an annual forum. And it was the Western Colorado Soil Health Conference came together with Valley Food Partnership's Food and Farm Forum. And now that event is now called Roots for Renewal. And that's a really successful, it packs that pavilion out 300 plus every year. And so we are involved with that as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to add to that, Steve, is that typically during the annual San Miguel Basin Fair, during the junior livestock sale, we do have a table set aside with information regarding Chavano and the county's PEZ efforts, just to educate the public, and and usually have some informational boards out there and some educational material as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and again, going back to education, Mindy Stewart handles a lot of that outreach. Go ahead. Yeah, some scenes from our innovation trade show last year, and we're excited to get that going for this year, this November as well. Let's see, of course, the soil health program, we really jumped on the bandwagon. We were the pre-pilot program for the state of Colorado when they started the STAR program, which was a little bit like PEZ in the fact that it incentivized producers to take on soil health practices. And unfortunately, with the current situation out of Washington, because Colorado Department of Ag quickly understood that they didn't have budget to fund the whole state in the way that it should be. So they handed off a lot of that to NRCS funding, and that is gone. So the soil health program, as we knew it in the state of Colorado, is terminated. And so that is going to be prompting us to find other regional and local means of getting something like PEZ perhaps piloted into other counties. So we would love to kind of tag on that way. But we have been doing all kinds of things, outreach with small ditch improvement funding workshops. We had a great workshop in Norwood this last spring showing small ditch and canal companies how to get grants through Bureau of Reclamation, through other means to improve. I mean, the Colorado River Conservation District, we had all kinds of different educational there. The irrigation side in San Miguel County is one of them that has a lot of aged irrigation systems, head gates, diversions. My gosh, it's crazy. So if we want to hang on to agricultural viability, we've got to address these ditches. And so we had a workshop on that, and we'll probably have more. Go ahead. So this last March, we had our annual meeting down in Montrose, and I believe, Galena, you might have been in attendance there. Anyway, one of the things we do at our annual meeting is try to get producers to come and provide feedback to NRCS specifically on what is our local resource concerns. And so from those work groups that we have during our time at our annual meeting, we came up, the producers themselves, the landowners came back and says, yep, water quality and quantity for sure, top priorities, pest and weed management, and pasture, hayland, rangeland, grazing management, nutrient management. And a lot of this can also be incorporated into an overall priority of resource concern that soil health actually touches most all of that. So that's a neat thing to come back, get that feedback from producers, and then that helps NRCS and helps us to dictate where these funds need to be directed. Okay, go ahead. So getting back to education, Mindy Stewart does a lot of things all the time, but one of the really great things that she does is the children's education through school programs, ag in the classroom, all kinds of different things that are out there. But she comes and does presentations to 4th, 5th grades typically, and then she helps organize, and she's been doing this for a long time. We just had it there on May 13th at the River Bottom Park in Montrose. But kids from all these school districts come, busloads, 500 kids cable.
Wow.
And she had 26 stations lined up. And if you want to see mayhem and chaos, it was amazing, but she somehow pulls it off every year. And it was a particularly windy day that day, and I had to man the booth at the wind erosion station, so it was very appropriate. But anyway, Mindy does an amazing job with all those programs and poster contests. I had to bring posters back from Telluride one day. The poster contests go up the ladder to the local, state, national poster contests, all kinds of crazy, good things. So yeah, these are just a few of the things. She does the fair, the county fairs, all these things. And so we were very, very proud. And I think Dave and I were talking earlier today, actually, and you know, what is a hallmark of our district? And I believe that our education arena and what we do to serve the communities far and away exceeds most districts. I think we really are a shiny penny when it comes to education. Another little aspect that you probably don't know about, we have flood control dams west of Montrose in the Chavano Valley. We have 3 critically important flood control dams that protect tens of thousands of acres of agricultural land. And this was prompted due to many floods, a major flood that occurred in 1983 with a monsoon flow there that wiped out 26 culverts and bridges in that whole region, destroyed thousands of acres of crops.
These are summertime floods.
Yeah, summer floods. Yeah.
It didn't snow melt, it's rain.
Yeah.
Rainfall, it wiped out Chavano Valley.
Wow.
I mean,
So we've been,
these were built in the 80s.
well, we built one road cap was built in the 60s, and then we built 2 more in the 80s. And we've been, as a district, maintaining those and in light of all the rules and regulations changes, and also what happens in these situations where you have a flood control dam, and then we have public pressure to get subdivisions built below that dam. It changes the risk factor immensely of that dam. And we've had to manage that with Montrose County in increasing ways. And so as people come to you with land use plans, one of the things to keep in mind is what's downstream of a structure, what's going to be affected. And boy, that's a critical, important thing that the district is doing there in local area. Go ahead. Oh, there's some just pictures. And last year we actually collected quite a bit of water and had flow out of the road cap.
Yeah, we were talking about putting in a marina.
Doc. Yeah. But we have so many partners that we really depend on. There's just most of the ones that we really rely on. Of course, San Miguel County, you're right in the mix there. And we really want to approach all of you to request a more ideas, more opportunities like PEZ perhaps, or the compost with the zero food waste, ways that we can work together, because as we all know, things can change dramatically at the state and federal levels. And those dollars are they're gone right now. NRCS lost 58 employees in the state of Colorado. We have 3 people in that big office in Montrose. There's 8 or 10 offices of NRCS throughout the state of Colorado that don't have any employees right now. They're probably facing shutdown. So we've got to pull together as counties and local and these local districts, and we've got to figure out things ourselves, because the work of conservation really needs to continue every day. And so we'd really invite more conversations. I snagged a card from the Star there. And if there's other means of us working together to strengthen our budget, perhaps a little bit, to give us a little more sustainability and to actually provide better services for San Miguel County, we really look forward to that. Okay, go ahead. And with that, I just want to say thanks again and offer up any questions to our board here that's represented or people online.
Thank you. Commissioner Waring, do you have any thoughts or questions?
Have a thought and a thank you. To start with, Steve, thank you for that presentation. It was a great reminder of all the good work that Chavano does in our region. I've heard you hint a little bit about additional funding and how you don't have a mill levy. You are able so far to do this without direct public funds. And then I heard Carl on the back say, we get our money honestly. Which was funny, but also somewhat true. With that, if you have a budgetary request, our budget cycle starts up in August.
Okay.
And in order to make the cadence easy for us, it's much better to come prior to August with a proposal than it is to show up in October midstream when we're just about trying to get some numbers hard and firm in preparation for acceptance in December. So
Very good.
I don't know what you're thinking, but I do want you to let you know how our timing.
Well,
What
I
is your
appreciate that.
fiscal year? Is it January 1 or how?
Correct.
Calendar year.
It's when?
Calendar year,
Okay.
but we do start planning as Commissioner Waring said.
States July.
Yeah, we're all.
I know.
A little different timing, but I just gave you ours because it sounds like the state and local.
Yes.
Monies have dried up. And we have noticed a pattern of a lot of different organizations with different needs coming to local government.
Well,
we're gonna get involved in a financial way. I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'm sure there'll be some more conversations before, because there's opportunities everywhere that we look to get more conservation on the ground. Cliff, do you have any thoughts? Okay.
Nothing. Commissioner Gleason, anything from you?
Oh, you know it. I mean, I'm very passionate about the work that Chavano Conservation District has been doing for a very long time. And I actually am just about to submit an article to local papers about the importance of soil health. And I talk about the PEZ program and Chavano Conservation District in particular, and just work that's being done on ranches and farms regionally that is making strides in building soil health. I had the great opportunity to go out in the field and see the work that PEZ is doing, and met Mr. Deersteen, and I was just fascinated with his depth of knowledge, and I walked away learning some new things. It was remarkable. But I'm hoping, even just in writing this article, I'm going to have it published in the San Miguel Basin Forum so that readers in Montrose County can just become more aware of these programs. And I've been just casually talking with other commissioners in neighboring counties about what it would take to establish similar programs to PEZ in those counties, especially with the loss of the NRCS funding, and the importance of continuing to do this work and fund it locally. So really just commentary on how important this work is, and I want to continue to brainstorm on ways that we can expand on supporting it at a local level.
Thank you, Commissioner Gleason. Look forward to it.
May I add something?
Please, Dave.
May I add a little bit here for the pitch? I mean, my career in NRCS took me from Florida to Maine to pretty much across the country in a lot of ways. And, I've worked pretty closely with the district while I was with NRCS for 16 years in Montrose. And, they have always been very, very proactive when it comes to getting the conservation message out. Can't say that's the case of all the boards. I mean, the district has won state recognition as District of the Year for 2 years in a row. And this district is exceptional. They were on the ground zero with soil health. By the way, just a little pitch for that. Soil health is one of the few things I've found in life that's a win-win. We can go to the producers and show them how they can improve their bottom line and their budget. And basically, you can go to the environmentalists and say, hey, we're putting carbon in the ground, we're improving air and water. And so they were on the ground zero with soil health at the very beginning. And their education program is bar none. I've worked with the program some inside and outside of the NRCS with their education. And yeah, I mean, I think it's important for people at all levels and ages and backgrounds to understand the importance of conservation in this land. And the district has, again, they've muscled through on some things that are pretty incredible, and they continue to expand and want to educate more and more. And my kudos to the Shavano Conservation District, not just because I'm a partner with them, but because in my travels, they have been and still are the best conservation district in the state of Colorado.
Thank you. Yes, Cliff.
I might add that livestock is important with the grazing. You know, we do sectional grazing on our place, and it builds your soil. So you go clear into your mountains, your forests and all that. You need livestock and animals to break the grasses down. It prevents fires. It builds the soil, and it's good for everybody all the way around to have livestock on the ground. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Cliff. And I have to say, my understanding of that grew recently through watching the movie Common Ground. And I had previously seen parts of Roots So Deep. And both of those films, I think, really helped me understand the benefits of livestock, because I had previously been educated about the methane emissions of cattle in particular. And you know, I think the balancing of that information is really important. So for the layman, which I am, unlike Commissioner Gleason, those films were really formative.
Absolutely. And I missed the showing of Common Ground up here at the theater recently, but I really look forward to perhaps doing more of that type of public information showings of that type of movie that we could partner up with and perhaps educate more people directly about the district. So those are great opportunities.
Jen,
Yeah, and Steve, I was going to mention that we are going to schedule a screening for the West End.
Awesome.
So I'll keep you in the loop with that.
Very good.
And maybe we can partner up.
Good.
And I think of the film that I also mentioned, Roots So Deep. I think it's like a 5-part miniseries, maybe 4. I don't think that it's yet widely distributed. Barclay, do you know about that one?
You can see it online.
You can.
Yeah, at least some of the first episodes.
First
I don't
episodes,
know
yeah.
How far Peter's gone with releasing the other episodes.
That's right. He showed parts of them here in Telluride a year or so ago, and that is a really good film too, or series. Really,
It's a great example of neighbor.
That's right.
To neighbor crossfits. I mean. like-
That's right.
And how we hope to spread.
You want to come to the microphone? Sorry.
Through Shavano, hope to spread some of this information to our neighbors and agricultural neighbors. And while I've got the mic, I just wanna, I'm scratching their back, they scratch our back. But it is amazing, the program that they have and the work they've done. And we've been involved in PEZ, and then when Dave came on board, to have that other opinion and eyes on our soil and to really go down into the soil and show us the evidence of what we've been doing firsthand was incredible. And what an educational opportunity it's been. And these guys are amazing.
Thanks, Barclay.
Livestock is the only species, animals, whatever, that can take inedible grasses that we as people cannot do anything with. We aren't built that way, but they can take that and turn that into usable food and fiber. And you've got way more grass than you got anything else around here. And that's the only way you're gonna utilize that is through livestock. Whether it's buffalo or antelope or cows.
Or chickens.
That's the only thing
Chickens.
that will utilize your grass.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just tinder for a fire.
Interesting.
Thank you so much for having us here today.
Absolutely. I had one final question, without getting political. Can you tell us a little bit more about what happened to the NRCS funding? Like, was it an executive order? Was it the
Yeah,
Department?
I think across agency lines, so many different governmental agencies fought, dramatic cutbacks. And I really believe that there will be some moderation and refunding into these programs as time goes on. I had Penny and I actually had a Zoom call meeting with State Director of NRCS here in Colorado, and Liz With, the Director of Programs for NRCS in Colorado, and they both expressed that that EQIP funding and other main funding mechanisms do still carry funding. It's the fact that NRCS lost so many engineers and people on the ground to implement those. And so we are currently trying to backfill some of these positions in other ways. So we are now exploring ways that the district perhaps can get credentialed as technical service providers for NRCS, which they still utilize. They still use private engineers to provide services to get their program or their plans put together. We feel there's a tremendous opportunity for local districts to be the mechanism, the funnel that allows funds to come through, somewhat like a block grant that the state gets for education. We could become a recipient of a chunk of money that we could then administer through actually hiring qualified people like Dave that will actually be the expertise of technical service provider that qualifies to get EQIP and other funds. So I think there's going to be new mechanisms, new ways to do it, but we've got to really band together locally and have a base of funding that continues the district functions. We really have a tremendous, and I know she's not chimed in yet, but we probably have the best director, bar none, in the state. Penny Bishop is amazing. And in order to keep talent like that, you've got to pay them. And so those types of things to make that district sustainable, that's what we've got to do locally, not dependent on federal funds.
And when you mentioned block grants that might come through the district, where would that funding come from?
Well, we obviously look to NRCS as the place that the USDA determines that conservation needs to live. I hope that they continue to be that place. But you know what? We've really enjoyed partnering with other entities outside and other federal agencies. Bureau of Reclamation through we applied with a large grant opportunity with the Uncompahgre Valley water users last fall, and unfortunately that grant got defunded. But there's going to be continued efforts, I think, in either state or national levels to deal with the fact that downstream users in the Colorado River are going to continue to drain the lakes. And we've got to deal with being more and more efficient on water usage, more and more efficient on forest and rangeland and fires and all these natural resource concerns. So, whether they like us or not, they're going to have to deal with us as a district and as counties and communities in order to implement these practices. So I have faith that even though currently NRCS is having its struggles, most of it is through loss of positions, but we'll see a change in their organization chart and how they do business. But you know what? We'll weather it and we'll get through it. And through partnerships and collaborations like what we are right now, we'll make it.
Okay, just because I'm like a detail person, do the NRCS lose employees through the Doge cuts? Is that how that happened when all those federal agencies
Yes,
lost?
all agencies lost, and they tried to hire back some folks temporarily. Then they offered a lot of folks left with the September deadline with being paid until through September.
Right.
A lot of those positions were gone.
I see.
And so, yeah, it was shocking in a lot of ways because in Montrose, we had in that office, we had been promoting and lobbying state and national NRCS people. We've got to get more engineering. We've got to get more support on the ground because we've got a lot of these projects that are backlogged. We had irrigation applications for EQIP that are 2, 3, 4 years in the making that weren't getting engineered, that weren't getting planned. And so we just got these people put in place. and poof, they're gone.
Oh, probably because they were probationary.
Probationary, less than 3 years.
And with the Colorado NRCS lost 58 employees out of how many?
I think 200 and some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm. And the Montrose office has 3 employees and they used to
Left.
have,
Yeah, well, at the peak, I think we had about 8 or 10 at least. Yeah.
okay. Thank you for all that. Just
Yes.
provides really important context for me. Anyone else in the room or online have comments? I see Doug Tooley, a member of the public. Would you like to speak for 3 minutes on this subject? Your hand is raised. If so, go ahead.
Hi, Doug Tooley, San Miguel County resident. Good to hear the presentation about your organization. I've heard the name before, but have not heard any details. I've been boondocking up above the Chavano Valley since before La Plata County ran me out of there in 2014. I was just up on the Rubidoux Rim and got a nice shot of a video shot of somebody doing a cattle drive up the 25, the Highway 25. Just for the county commissioners' education, Transect is a geography statistical tool of getting doing a study, a sample of the flora and fauna on any particular parcel. There is a bit of art to it in selecting the right one, but it's otherwise a great technique. I just have a quick question. The BLM has a National Conservation Lands Program, and there was an association that was formed, nonprofit association that was formed directly in partnership with that program 2-3 years ago. I haven't heard much of them. Are you familiar with that organization? Do you work with them at all? The BLM's National Conservation Land Association. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And that's part of what we probably left out of our presentation is the fact that conservation districts work primarily with private lands. Mm-hmm. However, so many of our ranching community have BLM and forest permits for their grazing, many interactions with BLM and public lands. So we do, partner up with them on occasion on different things. So I think that's another opportunity. Certainly, I work a lot with Ken Holsinger, the regional ecologist out of Montrose BLM office, and he's suffering a lot of the same cutbacks in their funding mechanisms. But I think the messages are all the same of getting the right thing on the land, and so Ken, he attends our soil health conferences and different educational opportunities, which is influencing millions of acres of BLM. And we're excited that he's learning about soil health and rangeland and things like that. But yeah, I think there's opportunities in some of their programs that we could come together on and perhaps utilize folks that have BLM permits for grazing to implement practices on BLM. So I think there's wide open opportunities there.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ken was signed on as a participant with the grant application that we worked with San Miguel on a couple years ago. And yeah, I work pretty closely with Ken, and he's very interested in putting soil health on rangeland.
Yep.
That's encouraging. The one person we haven't heard from is Penny Bishop. Does she like being put on the spot?
I do. I do.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Penny,
Thank you.
heard about you, but we haven't heard from you.
Well, thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Steve, for the good word. Steve has really basically said the gist of what Chavano Conservation District is about, and we appreciate all the interactions that we've had and look forward to more.
Well, thank you for your good work and leadership in the district.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No? All right. What a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you all
Yes,
for coming
thank you.
here. Oh, we're getting applause.
Yeah. We will definitely stay in touch on the budget ideas.
Okay.
Very good.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Nice to see you all.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Janet.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care, you guys. All right, we probably need a break, right? Quick break, we have some time. Our next agenda item is affordable housing updates. So shall we break until 11:15? What were you giving me? 10 minutes? Okay, let's say the 11:20. That's more realistic. All right, we are breaking now till 11:20, Nance. Thanks. Hello, San Miguel County. We are back from our short break. It is 11:21, and we are on item number 11, affordable housing updates. And I am turning to Jared Biggs, Assistant County Manager. Or am I deputy?
Deputy, yeah.
Okay, we need a new,
No, he needs a
yeah.
new placard.
Deputy.
He changes title every 6 months, so you just wait.
You could call me whatever you really.
I want to call you deputy. You deserve it.
I don't have a badge. So, that's the one missing piece.
Mhm.
So, thank you, commissioners. I was just remarking to Mike, I'm like, what is actually moving? Because we have a lot of slow moving items. We did have some delay in the earthwork that we were having done down at Ilium. I got an email yesterday saying, yes, we're going to do that tomorrow. So I really want to drive down there and see if that has progressed or not. That's to do the road cut.
By the sheriff's office.
By the sheriff's office, correct. Just so we can get equipment up there. We have been negotiating with Lori Brandt in the last couple of days. Also, she's a geotechnical engineer from Buckhorn Engineering, who's our contract engineer for that kind of product. And we're trying to get those things scheduled, and it's all kind of been dependent on weather. I don't know if you saw the weather earlier this week. It does not lend itself to moving a lot of earth, I guess. So continue working on that. And I think Mike had another couple updates on San Bernardo and those items, but of course, always happy to have any questions. I did want to mention, I've had a couple conversations with Drea about maybe formalizing at least once per month a more robust affordable housing update that would reflect what we're putting in our reports that we have to send to the state for our Prop 123 grant.
Okay.
So we're gonna kind of pilot that next month, the third meeting of the month. So
Is that on our upcoming agendas? document?
I'm working on getting it in there and making sure we're again making something a little meatier than our kind of just updates that are really brief. So
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. The only update I have is I finally got a response from the San Bernardo HOA on our draft MOU of working together for water and potentially down the road wastewater service. And I thought it was a generally positive response. They said that they agreed to all conditions in the MOU. There were 2 points that they wanted to revisit. The first was legal expenses. When Jared and I appeared at their HOA meeting, we described the potential process if we were to work together, how it would go, and that the county would be paying all the water legal expenses, the water attorney expenses and engineering. There unfortunately had some misunderstanding that meant that we would pay for their private attorneys' consultations to advise them as an HOA. I said, I don't think that should be a big sticking point, although no, we generally don't provide outside legal for their own knowledge.
But what they thought was that anything related to this water discussion, we would be, I see.
Correct. So we had offered a nominal intro amount to cover the expense based on that misunderstanding of what they had already spent, which was relatively nominal, under $300. So again, they weren't requesting a large dollar amount. They didn't give a specific one, but that's somewhat of a lesser issue in my opinion. The bigger one is related to if we are to move forward and install the monitoring well, which would then down the road, if it's proving successful and non-injurious to their water system, it would be converted into a production well, and it would serve both our potential future development as well as their residential development. They wanted to have further discussions about the clause in there that says, should they terminate this agreement with us, that they would have to repay a portion of the expenses. And so I did clarify immediately once I got that response that would only be in the situation whereupon they kept either infrastructure or data that we had solely paid for for their benefit if they were to take our engineering reports and use that to the state division engineers to permit a new well or keep the well that we had just paid to have installed and say, hey, thanks for the well, but no thank you to partnership. That's the only circumstance that we would be seeking reimbursement for. And again, I think that's pretty reasonable, and I understand their concerns of wanting to make sure that we're not going to come back to them, in 6 months or a year and say, hey, we actually want to split this cost. So I feel like we're on a good path and that we'll be able to work through this pretty quickly. Certainly, we have well drillers and our engineers on standby, just kind of waiting for this to get finalized. So my target is our second meeting in June, that we would have a finalized MOU for the board to sign.
That's good progress. Galena, did you have a question? Nope. Okay.
Very
Great.
good. That's our only update as of now. We've been exploring as a tangential but related topic. As folks who drive by our gravel pit at Pathfinder may observe, there's a substantial size pile of gravel that is all of our gravel source for the East End gravel project this year and for future years. We expedited the crushing of that material, and so if we wanted to start doing earthwork or things like that, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, we would need to find a receiver location. So I've explored some other properties that might be suitable to store gravel, and or we know that we're going to need another gravel production area in the East End. This is something that Road and Bridge has been planning for several years. They've accrued $600,000 that is sitting in their fund balance as restricted for future land purchases. So again, this will be something if we, when we have some, I should be hearing back, I should have heard back yesterday. I'm going to follow up with that today to see if there's an option that we'll be discussing in the future for a future gravel pit on the East End. And when I say East End, I mean anywhere within the R1 school district area.
Appreciate that foresight.
Thank you. That's all we have for affordable housing side of things.
All righty. Moving on then to number 12 on our agenda, manager matters. So we'll be hearing
Okay,
from-
I'm very excited. We have some good news to share with you. As you may have heard, we have an environmental health inspector starting with the public health department on June 2nd. They're going immediately to their state required training, and then they'll be up and running with us the end of that first week in June. So happy to have them aboard. Yesterday we said goodbye to Suzanne Chevins, very sadly. Suzanne was a great addition to the San Miguel team, and we're excited to see her go off and enjoy retirement, but also a little sad. However, following the interviews, and Jared might speak more to this, but an offer has been made to one of our interviewees for that communications coordinator position. And again, we're anticipating if they were to accept that we'll have a lag of about 2 to 3 weeks before that person starts with us. I did receive notice last Friday and then again on Monday from Rachel Srala, who notifies all the counties in the southwest area of the state when a collared wolf has been identified within their jurisdiction. On Friday, a female collared gray wolf had come into San Miguel County, and on Monday, she was generally in the Placerville area. This is the same female, though, that has been roaming hundreds, if not thousands of miles, doing loops around the entire western slope. And so I jokingly emailed Rachel, we have her here, just send a mail. But all jokes aside, I'll update the board as we get more information, but it is likely that she's already moved on from our area.
Does she have a good nickname?
Not yet, but I think we should give her one and
I'll think about that. And then my other question is, do you know if she had any impact?
no, there's been no predation. There's been no whether it's domestic animals or livestock encounters with this female or really any of the other wolves that are anywhere in our area. And furthermore, I haven't received notice of, and I generally get those if there's been any predation from the released wolves. We know that there have been incidents last summer and fall, but there's been nothing so far this spring.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to join you yesterday, Commissioner Brown, in meeting with the towns on the intergovernmental goals. And I'll let you report more on that if you'd like. But we discussed trying to focus on some of our most common goals, committees, and having each of the jurisdictions take a lead role within that. It doesn't mean that they would be solely, but they solely responsible for everything in there, but they would be kind of the reporting arm and the facilitation arm to the various stakeholders and other governments that are all working on those initiatives. Obviously, we know that housing, behavioral health, climate change, and resiliency are the board's top 3 goals. And we'll be updating those goals later this summer as we meet in our retreat.
Just so I don't have to go back to that subject,
Yes.
the 3 themes that we identified as being kind of appropriate for this IG group to take on, and there would be 3 work groups formed. We'll hear more about this at the IG meeting, which is next week, or
It's on June 9th.
Oh, it's on the 9th, yeah.
Yes.
I'm not going to be there. Anyway, the 3 work groups that we are going to suggest are housing, community infrastructure, which is somewhat of a broad umbrella, but it would include things like childcare and community events and just kind of community well-being, kind of. And then the last one that San Miguel County would likely lead is around emergency management. And
Emergency preparedness.
Emergency preparedness. Is that what we called
Yeah.
it? Okay, then that we don't really need, okay. Because I had suggested this morning that maybe we add something about wildfire, but I think if we say emergency preparedness, that will obviously encompass
Definitely.
wildfire. And the idea would be that that these would not be, work groups that would be doing additional work, but would be trying on behalf of the 3 governments to kind of understand the big, all of the work that's happening under those sort of umbrellas, and then create a process for reporting that up to the intergovernmental meetings, and also potentially identify any gaps if we see them. But the idea being that there's so much work getting done, and is it all properly coordinated, which probably it is, even without us, but providing a venue for like one report to the IG as opposed to individual groups having to kind of bounce around to all the meetings and provide those updates. And the idea that there would be conversation among the governments as, asking questions and understanding, needs that are unmet and priorities and things like that. So I think it's a really a wonderful concept. And then for the remaining topics, which are many that were kind of mapped out as our potential goals, we would, rather than having work groups, we would just make sure that we're all getting, again, sort of consolidated, consistent kind of reporting from the groups that are doing this work, which would be more efficient for all the groups, and also just making sure we all have kind of a common understanding of what's happening. So I'm really grateful to the town of Telluride for leading this this kind of work, right? Yeah. So any questions about that, or we'll talk about it more. Oh, there are 2 questions, Lance, or 2 hands.
Commissioner Gleason, go ahead.
Oh, well, thanks for that update, Anne. I'm curious about, within these working groups, there would probably be 1 representative from the county. Is that correct?
Well, yes, I think that we didn't totally nail that down. Me and Fee, who is very closely involved with this, together with Zoe Donnell, was going to kind of map out a structure for these work groups and a kind of work plan based on conversation yesterday. I'm not 100% sure, but what Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. The vision would be that while each of the 3 work groups would be led by one of the jurisdictions, there would be representatives on the work group from each of the jurisdictions, which would include staff and a commissioner.
Or a council member, yes.
Or a council member, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
sure.
An elected official.
Right.
Yeah. So I can't remember if we really agreed to that or that was just an idea, but we'll learn more.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll learn more. So
Okay, great.
yeah, given that, we should maybe think, the three of us, if we end up with these three work groups, which one we may want to represent on, each of us. But we'll learn even more on the 9th, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Just a quick question
Please.
regarding that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Brown, I heard you say that you would not be available, and Commissioner Gleason, I'm a little unclear about your schedule for the next few days, weeks. Are you planning to be at that IG meeting on the 9th?
I am.
Good to know. Thank
Yes,
you.
I will return. I will be back that Saturday previous to that week. So
Okay.
on the 7th, I'll be back on the map and I will be present and
Okay.
excited to partake in the IG meeting.
About IG, so I'm glad to know that you'll be there for sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
And staff, can you be there on the 9th?
Definitely.
Great,
Yes.
perfect, thanks. Anything else about that? All right, Mike, I hijacked your manager's.
You're quite all right.
Keep going.
No, that was a good addition. Jared and I will be attending the HARC meeting tonight regarding potential plans for the Fruin building. That's Town of Telluride is the last item on their agenda this evening. So
Is that about the building overall, or is that about moving the shed? I'm a little concerned or questioned about that. Do you know?
I believe there's aspects of both. So there's
Yes.
just a general massing kind of conversation.
Yes.
There are some considerations of how much space is allowed, how much height is going to be allowed. There may be an overage. I think I mentioned this last week in the elevator shaft.
Oh, yeah.
And so there are little aspects that they would have to approve, and it would also include the plan to move one shed.
Right.
I see. So it's kind of the big picture meeting.
yes,
Okay, thank you for going to that.
our pleasure.
Mhm.
As the public hopefully knows, the county will be closed on Monday, May 26th for Memorial Day. When we return on the 26th, there will be a lodging tax panel meeting at 1:30 that day. And we have changed our May 28th work session into a special meeting. And just as a reminder of the public, we used to just have a list of upcoming work sessions, but now we have topics on our website that show the future meetings. When we have agendas topics that we know about, we're adding those to that public facing list. Certainly those aren't all the topics that will be discussed at those meetings, but
And it is pretty much ever changing. I think one of us is making it
correct.
change to that almost every
It's a
day.
live document, so as we learn, like such as a presenter may or may not be able to attend, or there may be a legal question, we have to shift around for that. But speaking of those, I know we've had a lot of questions from the public regarding when we're going to be having the public discussion about deed restrictions and what the county may be doing or changes that have been discussed in previous years, bringing that together for the June 18th meeting. That's a regular commissioner meeting, but we are planning on having a morning and evening session that are specific to those deed restrictions as a part of the regular meeting on June 18th. Commissioner Waring and I will be on Thursday, the 29th, and I know that's after the 20th, but just so folks know, we'll be attending the Montezuma County at their request, a regional discussion. As folks may know, we're generally grouped together with the Region 10, 6-county region, and this is just our neighbors to the south, Dolores, Montezuma, La Plata, and they wanted us to join them to talk about what regional issues they're tackling and just have a relationship building and not networking, but sharing of, what resources and or struggles each of those counties are experiencing. So we'll be there in Cortez on Thursday evening.
And I'm not able to attend that.
That's correct. It's only Commissioner Waring and
Agreed upon this.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
got you.
Mhm.
There will be no meeting on June 4th. That would have been a regular commissioner meeting. So for June, the meetings will be on the 11th, work session on the 11th, a regular meeting on the 18th.
Is that meeting in Norwood or in Telluride?
Which one?
18th.
18th is in Telluride.
Sorry, the 11th, right now in the upcoming meeting, because it's a special meeting.
And I
not a
think
work
we
session.
changed that because we thought we may have issues that we'd need to have the board vote on.
So it is a special meeting? The 11th?
Oh, those are the planning commission matters that
Yeah.
were originally scheduled for the 4th were extended. That's why it was changed to be.
Perfect.
And yeah, that
Okay, got it.
evening of June 11th, we'll be meeting with the Placerville residents as we always do. And then our July 2nd meeting will be in Norwood.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I wanted to give a huge kudos and thanks to public health as well as so many of our county staff and commissioners, almost too many to name, but from the e-recycling, from Telluride, they brought in 16,100 pounds of e-waste. Mountain Village added an additional 3,000 pounds and Norwood added 4,450 pounds of additional e-waste. On top of that, they took in 5,400 pounds of paint, 610 pounds of corrosive hazardous liquids, 245 pounds of light bulbs, 1,765 pounds of propane or flammable liquids, and 425 pounds of motor oil. So great to see our community participating and getting rid of their old hazardous waste and materials at those events that were free or drastically discounted. And thank you to the county for continuing to support that. I know the expense of that event increased substantially for us this year. But that's something that kind of is in line with your environmental goals and keeping those noxious or hazardous materials out of our landfill and also out of our waterways.
And Lance, I know you worked for a number of hours on Friday. I did a couple, and I can't tell you how grateful the community members were who were coming through
Yes.
that we have this event.
Yes.
They were really happy. Yeah.
And I got to participate both Saturday morning in the Telluride or dropping off,
Yep.
not
Yep.
volunteering. And then I got out to the event in Norwood Saturday afternoon and just a steady stream of folks. And huge thanks to all of you for making that happen. That's all I have for today. Do you have any questions for me? One minor item that we'll be discussing later today. About 45 minutes ago, I did receive a response from Haley Carmer on behalf of Mountain Village regarding the proposed draft IGA for the sewer authority that we have proffered. And we'll be discussing that, and I'll share that information when we get into our exec session. But obviously, it's not listed on our agenda because we just received it.
Right. So the topic was,
The
but not
topic is on the
actually
agenda.
the agreement itself.
Correct.
Got it.
Whether-
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Tooley, I'm sorry, but we don't normally take public comment as it says on the agenda for just kind of staff and commissioner updates. Okay, good. Thanks. I'm glad that's all right with you. All right, we do need to finish in time for lunch today. We have a hard stop at 12 o'clock. So let's use the rest of the time here for commissioner updates. There's one item that I have that will take a little bit longer.
Yes.
So I'm gonna which is basically sharing our thoughts on priorities for CCAT. So I'm gonna hold that off until after lunch, because yeah, anyway, but we can do our standard updates if that makes sense to everybody.
Sure.
Who wants to go?
Commissioner
I can go.
Great.
Unfortunately, I had some sick kids the end of last week, so some of the things I was hoping to attend, I had to cancel, like volunteering for the e-collection. So thank you all for being there and participating. And it was really just hearing the amount of waste collected was remarkable. Just those metrics really speak to the importance of that event. So thanks all. I had a brief meeting with San Miguel Watershed Coalition Executive Director Adrian Berger, just to get myself up to speed on the background information on the work that has been done to date on the Wildfire Readiness Action Plan, the RAP plan. And I'm sure you've all noticed, but Adrian will be visiting a future commissioner meeting on June 25th, I think is what worked for his schedule to further discuss the potential RAP moving forward. I attended the assessor Q&A segment that was held in Norwood at the Sheriff's Annex. And though the participants were few, they were very engaged, and that was an incredibly worthwhile session just for the information that was shared with those few residents. And I just appreciate Sarah Enders just taking the reins there and divulging all that really important information to the community about the assessed values and the ROVs that were received in the mail starting in May. And then on the 19th, I zoomed in on the Open Space Commission meeting where there was a special segment talking about some of the historical happenings that kind of led to form the Open Space Commission and all of the documents that are current or historical documents that have kind of led to where we are at today. April Montgomery, Gary Hickox, and Alessandra Nisco Jacobson all presented and spoke about kind of their participation through history and just their contributions and the overall commission's contributions to date. It was really informative, and I would recommend listening in, reviewing that meeting at some point if you're interested, because I certainly learned a lot and had some ideas about potential programs moving forward based on everything that's been done, and specifically source water protection and how that language could be strengthened in the land use code. And that's all I have to report today.
Thank you. Commissioner Waring, you have your notes open.
Sure do. I attended a regularly scheduled Eco Action Partners meeting. Much of the conversation focused on program reports from all the different activities that group handles. Education in particular was really going well, and a lot of kids are getting contact throughout our county, including Euclid Arena, which is really exciting to know that Eco Action is able to spread the word out far and wide. Another tidbit that caught my attention was the plastic film recycling on empty trucks from the Front Range that are delivering goods here. There's now a program called Circular Recycling where they can take back loads of plastic film, and as soon as Eco Action can work out collection sites with probably both the towns and perhaps Lawson, we're trying to get that back up and running.
That's great.
So it isn't there yet, but it's on the way. I also attended a meeting with the group from the Dolores NCA proposal, and this was an effort to educate Representative Hurd and his staff. Congressman Hurd was not able to join us, but several of his staff members were, and we had a group of all the interested stakeholders over the years, really, who were able to kind of give historical context and a timeline and try to help Mr. Hurd understand the importance and the agreement that's gone into making this proposal. And hopefully, if and when that is debated at the federal level, you will be able to join in with a well-informed opinion.
So Lance, I remember conversations with his office as well as Senator Bennett's office about whether Hurd might actually be a co-sponsor of that bill.
That's what we were trying to get to.
And because it's already been introduced and I couldn't find anywhere whether he has joined yet as a co-sponsor.
Does not look like.
Okay, thank you.
I pushed a little bit with his staff to say, what possible questions could you have about this locally crafted 10, 12 years in the making effort? And they didn't have firm answers, but only said we have to do our due diligence, which led me to more questions about, are you hearing from oil or gas producers that are concerned with any of this proposal? And the answer was no, but we have to do our due diligence.
Okay. Okay.
I attended a Gunnison Valley Transportation Regional meeting and learned that the CDOT multimodal funding pot is going to receive a large clawback in the coming year in order to try to rebalance the state's budget. Jared and Mike probably know more about that than they want to. But we did pass a Region 3 and 5 5-year with unanimous board approval. SMART is looking for a deputy project manager for the gondola project, and we'll get that request for proposals out shortly. And we were there at that meeting. CC4CA's annual meeting planning continues, and that meeting is coming up in June. I will miss a work session, I believe, in early June for that. And last, but
Is that the June 4th meeting, do you think?
double check.
Just so we'll be careful about what we put on the agenda there, and we know you're not going to be here.
It's actually going to be the 11th.
Okay.
I'll be unavailable.
Okay, thanks for letting us know.
Fix Our Forests, which is
Oh, yeah.
currently in the Senate being discussed and eventually may move to the House. I had a meeting with 22 statewide county commissioners and Senator Bennett's office. It was a continuation of the Fix Our Forests discussion that started about 2 weeks ago. It was called by Gunnison County Commissioner Jonathan Houck and a couple of other concerned commissioners, myself included. And in this case, we were really emphasizing our concerns with Senator Bennett as we'd spoken to him before. And those are limited judicial review, a change in categorical exclusions from the existing 10,000 acres. I'm sorry, from 3,000 to 10,000, which would make it easier to move more swiftly. And finally, what appeared to us to be a real gap in public noticing and involvement of local governments. So it's a reduction of timelines to make public comment. And Senator Bennett heard us loud and clear, is going to take that information and those concerns into his efforts to try to soften some of that bill, but he was also clear that it's probably not going to vanish. It's probably going to get passed in some form at the Senate, in which case it will move to the House. So,
And are our senators generally in favor of that bill?
generally, they are clear-eyed about the fact that there are good and bad parts to it, and that they are unable to erase all the bad and up all the good. So they basically gave this group insight into the horse trading that goes on in Washington, DC. And I think that the group heard it. We are considering an op-ed piece. Jonathan Houck is probably drafting something as we speak. We'll see where we get. But Senator Bennett encouraged that. Actually, that was his idea. He said, look, if you could put together something and get it out in DC channels as well as Colorado channels, that could help my case on the Senate floor. So that was interesting just to sort of understand how the ins and outs of DC are very complicated and that we commissioners can affect change and can work with our federal representatives. Senator Hickenlooper is also involved now in this Fix Our Forests efforts. Finally, Kay and I had a meeting with James Lester, who's with the Colorado Energy Office. And he was putting together a report on various statewide solar code conclusions, and was really interested to hear how we ended up where we ended up. And Kay and I spent a really pleasant half an hour, 45 minutes with him, giving him some background and backstory and walking through the process that we went through with the public in order to get our code to where we were all comfortable and confident with it. And he was grateful. So, interesting times. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lance. Hard at work. All right, I will zip through as many of these as I can. Let's see what's really important. This is something that I want to share with you. I was recently in kind of an informal meeting of leadership in our community that work with our immigrant population. And we were all just kind of checking in on how the community is faring, given the change in policies coming out of Washington. And while there's a lot of strain on our individual community members, and they have had to adapt in some ways, the way they're living their life, we felt that the takeaway from this meeting was that overall that this difficult time is actually further uniting our community, because there are so many players and people who are coming together to support and educate the immigrants who live here and work here. We also kind of along that lines reflected on the fact that probably beginning during the COVID pandemic and perhaps initiated first by our public health department, there's been a really sort of progressive building of trust and sort of a solid foundation now within our community between the immigrants and immigrant serving organizations, which obviously overlap. There are lots of, yeah. Anyway, and so for this reason, the organizations that were reporting said that they have not seen a drop in immigrants accessing their services, which is really heartening because we have heard in other communities that fear of providing, personal information or just even leaving the house is keeping people from accessing services. So these organizations said they have not seen that. And I also noticed during this conversation, sorry, Lance, did you want to say?
Just that is.
It's 12.
In deference to Carmen.
Yep, I have two more sentences here and then I'll pause. Is that all these organizations are working very closely together and collaborating, and it's just a really healthy functioning community. So far also, funding sources are intact, essentially because a lot of it is locally funded. So it was a really heartening conversation, even though, it's all coming down from hard stuff. It feels like we're doing as well as we could expect during this time for those essential and much beloved members of our community. So we are going to pause now. It is 11:59. It is time for lunch here in the commissioner's room and our meeting room. And so we will be back at 12:45 with whatever's on the agenda. Okay. See you then.
I can at least, you know,
Yeah.
do a good standing.
All right,
Thumbs
give me
up.
one. Hello, San Miguel County. It is still Wednesday, May 21st. It is 12:46 p.m. We have just returned from our lunch break to lots of people in the house to discuss item 15A. This is the continuation of administrative matters, specifically presentation of the Strong Start program by Kathy Barber. Thank you and welcome to your cohort.
Thank you. So I am Kathy Barber, and I am the program coordinator for Bright Futures Strong Start program. So before I hand it over to Kurt to really dig into our report that he has done, I wanted to just share a couple, super quick announcements. So I wanted everyone to know that we have extended our deadline for our tuition assistance application. So if you have a child who will be enrolled in childcare in San Miguel County, we are still accepting applications for tuition assistance, and people can go to the Bright Futures website for more information on that. So we are definitely encouraging more people to apply for tuition assistance. Our numbers are a little bit lower this year, so we're going to keep it open until the end of this month. I also wanted to let you know that we are hosting an event tonight with all of the childcare providers. And so typically we will do provider meetings, but this is going to be a much more like in-depth deep dive into all things early childhood, and how we are envisioning, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and really, getting some good insight with that. So I'm very excited about that. And then lastly, I wanted to share that we are in the process. So a goal for 2025 is that we are creating a dashboard that will have a lot of, compiled data that we've been creating since the beginning of Strong Start. And Kurt is spearheading this whole project so that we have live information on our website with, how money has been spent and how families and teachers and programs have been able to utilize that fund. So I think now I will hand it over to Kurt, who will do a great dive.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. It's always a treat to be back. So let me push the share button here. I think we could share. So we have a handout that we'll give you at the end to summarize this. So if you can't catch everything as we go through, don't despair. You'll have that. But certainly starting, I think this picture is just fantastic. I like to ground us in why we're here. Right? We're here for kids. We're here for helping families. And this picture just captures so much. I am not quite a grandfather yet. Someday I hope to be, but I'm just foolish for baby. So this is a fun start. So in terms of my background, what I wanted to highlight is I've had the privilege of working with Bright Futures for 9 years, and I've worked with their Pyramid Project. And worked with the Strong Start program since it was started. And over these years have really, there's a richness to understanding the context, a richness to the quality of partnership and the opportunities. And so I'm really excited to be able to bring that to the reporting and to my contribution in the feedback systems that are helping with all of this. So that's a little bit about my context and the particular history with Bright Futures. So just in terms of framing, I think it's really important essentially to understand the depth of the problem that we're dealing with. When we talk about early childhood education, we're not talking about something that's light and easy, sadly. And we're not talking about something that's a problem that's brand new, unique to San Diego County. We're talking about something that is deeply, deeply screwed up in our entire country.
You just were so serious. And then
I'll throw in some of these things. Yeah. Deeply screwed up.
That's a technical term.
That's a technical term. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. It takes lots of schooling to get that level of precision. So but it has been for a very long time. When there's, I've gone back and looked at these reports, 10, 20 years ago, people saying, I don't know how long this industry is going to last. This is just unsustainable. This isn't working. And the reasons are really summarized here, especially the idea that customers of early childhood education only pay part of the cost of the care. So in terms of contrasting from other business, that's a big one. So parents it's already a tremendous burden on family budgets, but it still isn't 100%. It's still a small piece of the total. And then the centers are unable to pay market rates for qualified staff. So those two things work together, to me, in an interesting way, where it's basically everyone is miserable. The parents are miserable because they're paying way more than they can actually afford. And the centers are miserable because they're not paying enough, and they don't have the money to pay market rates for qualified staff. So that creates the situation that's just extremely difficult. And so the economic structure of early childhood education is just fundamentally broken, has always been fundamental. And so the challenge that Strong Start is working to address is essentially how do we help with near-term needs, practical near-term needs, in a way that also nudges the system over time toward greater health. So it's these two things working together. There's near-term needs, people need stuff right now today, and we can't ignore the fact that the system is broken. So how can we help nudge the system toward health over time? And that's really, since the beginning of working with Strong Start, that's what I'm seeing is, and what's really exciting, and as Kathy mentioned, the meeting tonight is another step in system health, nudging towards system health. So while the situation is dire, while it's deeply screwed up in the technical term, there is also, because of the funding and the flexibility and the opportunities that Strong Start provides, there is a chance to nudge the system toward health and to create something different here in San Miguel County that is actually healthy. And that's what we keep pushing toward. So that's the bad news and a little preview of some good news. The other piece of the bad news that I would want to underscore is the obvious question of, if it's so screwed up and it's been like this for so long, how exactly does it keep working? Why does it keep moving forward? And the answer is in that 33%, that red at the top, is that the teachers and the people that are actually working in the centers are sacrificing themselves. They are losing 33% in foregone wages and benefits, in addition to all of the stresses of the job, in addition to not being able to take the bathroom break because there's no one to replace them. These kinds of things that we hear about. It's basically their own love of teaching, their own love of kids, in a lot of ways is being exploited by this broken system. And so, but that is not a recipe for longevity. That's not a recipe that that should be relied on. But that's how it's happening. So you see the quote there from this teacher. There's the love of the job. And the love is really what keeps things moving. But in a lot of ways, we've talked about it like an abusive relationship, effectively. Where it's unhealthy, but there's this love that keeps it moving. So that's the extent of the problem here. So in terms of the work that Strong Start has done, there's really three main funding priorities that organize the distribution of the funding. The first one is toward capacity building and quality improvement. And you see there the 9 centers across San Miguel County serving 197 children received this funding. And there's 17,000 of which was for quality improvement grants to maintain the Colorado Shines ratings, which again, in terms of system health, is super important, because we know that future funding coming from the state is likely to be closely tied to Colorado Shines ratings. So helping centers maintain and or increase that is going to help their downstream funding possibilities. So in terms of the specific giving for this year, there was just over $410,000 awarded in 2024 toward this, 130 of which came from the Telluride Foundation partnership there. And that's added up to a cumulative of $1.5 million since Strong Start started.
Over how many years? I missed the founding date.
Yeah, so the mill levy was approved in 2017, and Strong Start's first full year of operation was 2019, which was approved, which was in a lot of ways best of times, worst of times, because they basically only had 1 year before the pandemic hit, and definitely the pandemic has added stress to the whole system and continues to. In terms of the way like it's changed people's perceptions of jobs and the economy, a lot of factors. So existing things were made considerably worse. And even though we're well beyond that, a lot of those worsening conditions persist. So there's been a lot of investment toward this, and these investments in a lot of ways, again, from a system standpoint, are helping keep centers open and helping keep teachers in place. Because in terms of in a system, everything's connected to everything, so everything is important. But from a prioritization standpoint, prioritizing keeping centers open and keeping the teachers there, so that San Miguel County doesn't lose space and lose is really important. And that was a great news that we presented in past years, that no centers were closed during the pandemic. Nationally, there was a bunch of centers that did close because of that strain. San Miguel County didn't, and that was largely because of this funding. So the second priority is to recruit, retain, and train teachers. And there's two different paths for that. The LIFT-EC provides income directly to the teachers, supplements their salary. And there was just over $154,000 given out in 2024 toward that. And that's been super helpful to the teachers. And then the APEX is really a scholarship reimbursement for teachers to increase their own training. There was a few teachers that took advantage of that in this last year. So you can see here, just under $160,000 awarded in 2024, and just over $1 million cumulatively so far toward this. So again, keeping the teachers retained and helping extend their time in service is one of these near-term needs that also has long-term strategic implications. So the final funding priority is the family tuition assistance, and this is helping families with the high cost of care. And so there were 73 families with 82 children that received tuition assistance in 2024. The average award per family nearly doubled since 2023. And the number of families and children served increased by just over a third compared to the previous year. We'll see what happens this year. The numbers are down. We're going to learn more tonight in terms of the enrollment numbers. The initial suggestions would suggest that enrollment might be down as well. And we know from the high school that are from the schools, enrollment is down. So it'll be interesting to see if the child care follows that as well. Early childhood education. So there was just under $270,000 awarded in 2024 for a cumulative of $782,000 so far. So those three funding priorities really cover the way that the mill levy funding has been spent. In terms of the ongoing challenges and looking ahead, the real challenge here in San Miguel County is the high cost of living. So we have these national trends that I mentioned at the beginning. That's made all that much worse by the 62% higher than national average cost of living, and of course housing. Even if it's not even a matter of cost, in many cases it's a matter of just availability. So So that continues to worsen each year. One of the real red flags that we continue to see is we've been asking teachers, how long do you think you will be able to maintain, to stay in this field? 61% of teachers in 2024 said they do not see themselves in the field beyond 2 years.
And that's a local number.
That's a local number. That's so we survey the teachers every year, and that was 2024's numbers. Yeah. So we know nationally there's a lot of turnover in the field, so that's not unusual. However, that just adds tremendous strain to everything, because then all of the center directors, in addition to often being the teacher, a lead teacher, they also have to figure out recruitment and training and all of that to deal with the tremendous turnover. And because of that, enrollment right now is 27% below capacity because of insufficient staff. And that's also a local number. So,
Quick
yeah, go
question
ahead.
on that last statistic.
Yeah.
Enrollment's 27% below capacity and insufficient staffing, meaning that if we had sufficient staff, there would be room for and 27% more kids be showing up.
That's right. There'd be the ability to take on those children. I'm not sure about the enrollment. The thing with this is another challenge with early childhood education. Like, you can have waiting lists, but that the fact is, parents, if they need care, they need it today. And so it's always hard to say, like, if you have that capacity, would be like, would there be new children that right now today, or would it take a little bit before that happens? So it's but yes, there's good indication that we're 27% below where we could be.
So related to that, do the centers have wait lists currently? Do we know?
Yes, so they do have children who are waiting to get into their programs for next year. But we need to see what those numbers are looking like compared to previous years. So, like, as they graduate out of programs, preschool is definitely filling up. And we'll have to see what those incoming, toddlers are looking like.
But do you know if there are wait lists for kids who are currently at the right age and can't get in?
Infants and toddlers primarily.
Infants and, okay, yep, thanks.
Yeah, so these, in terms of, I guess in terms of the strongest felt need for system improvement, these are the metrics that we're looking at the most frequently. In terms of what's being done about this, Strong Start is really contributing towards system level change. And really the first thing is working to help us in Kathleen's language, blend and braid funding. I got a PhD in evaluation, and when I first started working with Bright Futures, I was just blown away by the complexity of the funding. I mean, it's just madness that you have, like, all these different foundations, all these different state programs, all these different things. Everyone has their own requirements. Everyone has their own timelines. There's all these things. It's like, you need to be a fundraising ninja to be able to figure all this stuff out. And happily, that's exactly what they have in Kathleen, particularly. I've called her the fundraising ninja for years now, because the ability to figure this out and pull that together it's really complex. And that's, in terms of contributing towards system health, that's something that Strong Start has been able to do. It's just the time and dedication and know-how of being able to figure all these things out. It ends up generating a lot of additional revenue that wouldn't be there otherwise, because the busy center directors don't have the time to sort all of that. So Strong Start is really helping navigate that complex funding streams. That's what that simple line there is. There's a lot of energy and a lot of important work that goes behind that. Similarly, the Telluride Foundation, looking at the work that was done, has asked Strong Start to manage the $150,000 that they had been giving to this sector. And so that's another piece of the really contribution toward the overall system health. And collaboration with municipalities has been really an important thing. And I think as developments continue and as new ideas continue, I think there's some really exciting and interesting opportunities for, again, nudging future system health through those kinds of collaborations. And then strengthening partnerships with social services to help families access more state funding is another thing. So you remember the number, the cumulative number of support going toward family family was smaller than the others. Part of the reason for that, it comes in here, is that there's other funding streams that Strong Start can help address that frees up money from the mill levy to be used in other ways. So families are getting considerably more support through PK and other types of funding streams because of the collaboration here. So the other thing from like at a high level in terms of the outcomes, I always want to find like how do we know we're making a difference? And this is a real tricky subject to figure out how you're making a difference because there's so many different moving parts. But one of the things that we've really focused on is reports of stress because we know that stress impacts family systems. It contributes to unhealthy environments for raising kids as well as for teachers. And so we've been asking in regular surveys the level of stress people have felt before receiving support, the level of stress they report after. And in 2024, you see there the parents reported a 75% decrease in stress after receiving the tuition assistance. So there was substantial improvement there, and the teachers were not as dramatic, but it was 44%, which is still quite a bit. And so I think as a near-term indicator, that's been a good one to keep an eye on. And then again, in terms of helping families specifically, a number of families, 20 families were supported through helping with CCAP enrollment. They would not have received this funding stream without that. And so having somebody, having Kathy, not somebody, having Kathy sit down with them and figure that out is the difference between getting that funding and not. So these are things, to me that are really, again, contributing toward system change, as well as really leveraging the impact of the mill levy funding and blending and braiding it with a bunch of other funding to make the most of them. So that is the end of the presentation. Are there any questions we can help with?
I think I've got a kind of obscure question for probably Kathleen.
Want to come up to the mic?
You may be able to just shout it out. You mentioned the enrollment dip at the high school, which I've heard of as well. And I'm wondering if anyone in the room knows if 15 or so years ago, we had a PK enrollment dip that would correlate and move through the ranks. Is that something that we have records for from that far back?
I don't know.
Yeah. It's just, seems like if the high school had a dip, perhaps it started way back and we could see trends coming and understand more clearly what our future needs were for kids in education. Beyond that, Kurt, thank you. I've been lucky enough to have your presentation in your company in years past.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, your opening message hasn't changed.
The
graphic has changed.
Someday we want it to change, yes.
I think that what I continue to take away, and this comes from sitting on the ECAP board for some 4 or 5 years, is that we are really lucky in this community to have had our voters pass a measure that gives us an ability to plug some of the gaps, and that many communities aren't. And that we're also very lucky to have Kathleen and Kathy with their ninja skills, applying them at every turn to try to maximize the funding that we do have and find more, and also to creatively problem solve and those overwhelmed center directors call. And so I just realized that I have a crisis and it's been bubbling for a month and a half, but today's the day it has to get fixed. How do I do it? And you guys have the knowledge and the skills to step in and fix those kind of immediate problems. And for that, I think we're all incredibly grateful. Yeah, I don't know that I have any questions really.
Yeah.
It's very clear where we sit and very clear what you're doing to try to help. But I really appreciate what you're doing and I know that you'll continue.
Selena, I see you're unmuted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that presentation was really enlightening, I'll say. Even though I've kind of have lived experience and raising small children in recent years in San Miguel County and navigating the, the early childhood realm, those were some eye-opening statistics that I hadn't quite wrapped my head around. And so just thank you for that presentation. And I am currently sitting on ECAP and I'm just very grateful for the level and amount of work that's being done to try and fill these gaps and service our community.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have sort of mixed reactions to this, and I'll start with the bummer part and then I'll get to the positive part, is that we talk about sort of systemic change and trying to change the system. And what I took away from this is we aren't able to change the system. We're just really able to support it locally, right? I mean, I don't like teachers are still underfunded. Parents are still being asked to pay more, but the only thing we were able to do is to subsidize that. And that's the happy part. Like, as Lance said, thank goodness we have this mill levy. Thank goodness we have this talent in the community, because the system is really still screwed up as hard as we're trying to bolster it locally, and that's kind of a bummer.
I will say that I think a very positive piece is for the town of Telluride to work with Elaine's Place. I do think that that is starting to move the needle a little bit, and same with, the subsidies that the town of Mountain Village is able to provide. I think that that has a large impact.
That's
on the
great.
success of those two programs.
And another couple things, if we are talking about good systemic changes, I know there have been some housing projects recently, including Sunnyside, and maybe you could help me with others where they have included designs for in-home care, right? And that is somewhat of a systemic fix because it is just another way of providing that care. All right, now I'm not so bummed out.
Did mention the continuing lack of infant and toddler care. Can you give us an update on where we sit? I believe I heard that there were some increases in infant care, and I'm thinking it was in the Mountain Village, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Well, that has been, that's been a little bit of a roller coaster where, so they've run into some licensing. It's very difficult to navigate licensing, especially the younger children get. So we are still short. I'm not positive what wait lists are, but countywide, there's really only a handful between the town of Mountain Village and Prime Time. So those are the only program, and Beehive has a couple of infants that are there, but there's no space to expand that at all. So we are maxed out. And by the time slots are opening up, they're already toddlers. So
right.
And families have already made the decision to move out of town because they couldn't access childcare to go back to work. So it's just this cycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any comments from others in the community? Let's go back to what an amazing thing ECAP is, and a strong start, and the team that we have working on this. And there were a couple quotes in your presentation that were so moving, in terms of like, we don't know what to do, and we call Bright Futures, and they're there with real help. I mean, that is another whole level of support that you're providing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Kurt, will you be at the event this evening?
I will.
Part of the deep dive?
Yep, exactly.
And will you represent what you just showed us, or is the focus different?
The focus is different. Yeah, this is really intended to draw out the community of providers and get them engaged in a different way. So yeah, so we're excited about this. Yep. Thank you. but I'll be there quietly in the back taking notes. So yeah, it's an intriguing challenge. Sure.
Well, they're lucky to have your support. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you. Thank you. We have some reports here.
Thank you. I'll give one to, I'll put one on Commissioner Gleason's desk, although she probably has it if she's
On the board, yeah.
on your board, just in case.
Thanks, Anne. I have a lot of this information, but if it's what Kurt just presented, I'd appreciate getting my eyes on that.
You bet.
Change.
Thank you so much. Hope everything goes well tonight. Okay.
Better news next year.
Okay. Let's carry on with 15B. And then I'll go back and finish my commissioner update, if that makes sense. And we'll wait for hugs. 15B, consideration of approving a payment to Dolores County School District RE number 2 in recognition of an error in certification of the mill levy and the need to make a bond payment on June 1st, 2025. And I believe we have someone from we have Jared.
We have me, and I believe I've been working with Ramona and with Paige, with Sarah, with Brandy, and I want to acknowledge it's been a good team effort from all of our finance team, our assessor's office, and our treasurer's office. So just to give you big picture summary of what we had, how we got here was that the Dolores School District had called, I believe called Brandy at the treasurer's office and kind of asking about, hey, it seems like our payments of property taxes aren't quite jiving with what we expected. And so we started kind of a process of evaluating, what's going on. Is it collections? How is it going? And through that process, we've determined that we missed applying a portion of their mill levy for the bond on the certifications of levy and revenue that you all signed off and authorized in December. And so it's one of these things where it is not the first time this has happened in Colorado by any means. I remember when I used to work at DOLA, we would field one of these calls every couple of years of, hey, we missed a certification. What do we do? And really we end up kind of being off book a little bit because there is no statutory process to correct this. So we kind of have to walk through a process, and we'll be talking a lot more about that process. We're going to bring the formal documentation to execute that process to our meeting on the 11th. But in light of the school district actually needing to make a bond payment on June 1st, we wanted to ask the commissioners to authorize us to kind of forward a payment to them from the county's general fund. And then we're going to come back after the fact on the 11th and sign all the papers that says we will fix this problem on the tax rolls. And then whenever we receive that money through tax collections, we'll pay ourselves as a county back for forwarding that payment. So those are kind of the mechanics. And the total value is $35,456. And that is what 8.295 mills generates in that small section of our county that is in this school district. This area is mostly over in the Egnar area, if you recall, and it goes to pay the bonds that were authorized. That school district passed an election in November of 22, and then bonded and got a BEST grant in 23. And so that's what is being paid with these resources. So it's something, again, these mistakes happen. There's not really a formal mechanism to correct it. And what we're going to be doing is kind of making the school district whole for our kind of clerical error, and then going back with the school district. And we have had a conversation, Ramona had a conversation with Ty Gray. He's the superintendent from the Dolores County School District. And he did pass that to his board, and they are, all in favor of, one, making their bond payments, right? But two, kind of how this mistake happened and conceptually agreeing to the IGA for repayment out of the program. So again, we just didn't have time to exercise all of the things we need to before their bond payment is going to be due. So, and I'm happy to answer any associated questions for you all.
I know we're gonna fix this, but how do we avoid being in this situation in the future?
So I think one, it is something we will be on guard for, obviously, as we move ahead. But I think we're also going to institute some procedures in our finance department, and maybe myself, to do a supplemental review of the certifications that are coming in. Right now, I think we've got one person who reviewed all those certifications and transcribed the data. And so I think that maybe we will have another set of eyes at least, if not more. It was also an interesting nuance that we were evaluating because of Telluride's kind of adjustment of the boundaries. Even the state didn't kind of pick this up right away, right? And so usually we kind of have the fail safe of, hey, the state will say, hey, it seems like something's missing, because they want to see congruent rates across a full district, even when it overlaps two counties, right? So even the state kind of missed a mark here because, and largely because we had just had that adjustment of the Telluride boundaries. So the dollar values were adjusted in two different ways in that year. And so it just didn't get picked up. I know, the folks in our finance office are beating themselves up needlessly about this, and they are instituting ways to make sure they double and triple check this next year. And I think we will all be, when we sit down in December, kind of formalizing our process. That way we don't make these mistakes, and hopefully the state also is evaluating, hey, how did this one get past us? And because they would have and should have caught this probably in December as well.
Thanks, Jared. I'm reassured, and I like that double check program that you just mentioned. I trust that people in the finance department aren't beating themselves up too hard. And that based on the shift in school district boundaries, that this is not going to be as easy in the future, because we'll be comparing like with like. So again, I think it was a little bit of a perfect storm, but I'm really glad that we don't want to see it happen again, because I don't think we do either.
Agreed. Ramona, did you want to add anything? Thank you and Paige both for being here.
Nope, I don't think so. I think Jared covered it very well, and Dolores County School has been very receptive to this and understanding. And so I think all players are on the same page. And like Jared mentioned, it's been a good working team with Brandy and Sarah, because it is going to be a team effort to get this resolved. But we'll try to do it expeditiously as we can, and try to make everything resolved before we go into the next mid-levy certification process in the fall. So thank you.
Thank you, Ramona. Galina, did you have a question or a comment? You're unmuted.
No, Lance really kind of addressed my question, actually. So
Okay, I have one question and I defer to all of you whether we want to discuss this now or later, because hopefully it could be a quick answer, but I don't know. I was at the assessor's presentation last night, and someone in the from the public asked me, what does it mean to certify a mill? And I have to say, I didn't have an answer. And so that was something I wanted to follow up. Like, I know it's something we vote on every year. I know there's a lot of math that goes into it. Is that something we could get a quick overview on right now, or should we do that at a different time?
You could do it right now. It's
Yeah.
pretty quick and easy.
Okay.
I think it's easy enough to say certification of a mill is just a tax rate for property tax purposes. And a certification of one mill is 1/1000th of an amount of the AV of any piece
The
of
assessed
property.
valuation,
Yep.
which is created from actual valuation times assessment rate.
Great, yep. So I know what a mill
And the
is.
certification is simply
Yeah.
the formality of the commissioners verifying these are, we're trusting your staff or verifying that these are the allowable mills
Yep.
per entity that are to be collected. And oftentimes we're very good on our side because we look at those tons of times throughout the budget season. And then we rely on our partners to send us their certifications and verifications of what their voters have allowed them to collect as far as mills.
So are we, or did you want to say something, Jared, to add?
I was just gonna add to that. So
Mhm.
we certify our mill.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
And for this year, it was 11.62 mils in
Yep.
aggregate
Yep.
between our road and bridge and all of our levy. parts,
Everything.
Right. And every school district, special district, town, any property taxing entity, they are going through that same exercise of
Mhm.
certifying at their board meeting a mill levy. And so they do that exercise. They then send it to the county. We aggregate that, and the county commissioners have a second kind of ministerial duty of saying, we got everybody's numbers, and this is what we're going to certify on the tax roll.
Okay, so do we do any number crunching or checking of the mills, or other than just comparing it to the maximum allowed by voter approval?
I don't think we even compare it to the maximum allowed by voter approval because every district's voter approvals are so nuanced and so different.
I see. So
Right.
They
They
do all
also
that
sign an
math.
affidavit
Right.
when
Yep.
they submit that they have verified that these amounts are correct and true. Your real role is, as the reason
Yeah.
why statutorily counties are that receiving entity, is to ensure that they continue to deliver on the service plans that they've certified. Such as if they want to keep collecting their mills, but they say, hey, we're going to stop offering these services that the voters passed when they voted for this, that gives you the statutory or legal ability to refrain from distributing any more of their tax funds. So you're kind of the governor of whether or not these special districts and other towns receive their tax funds based off of, are they complying with their service plans?
Okay, complying with service plans, okay.
And I will tell you, Mike's explanation has a lot of nuance.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
That was the Cliff Notes.
I used to deal with a lot of other counties that have a lot more special districts.
Oh, yeah.
But it's one of those things where we as a county do not have the authority or autonomy to tell somebody, you can't certify that mill. If they give us that mill levy certification, we are required, and there is actual case law about it being a ministerial duty. You can't select a different mill levy for a district, right? So you have to put that on a tax roll. And in this case, again, it was an error, an omission.
We didn't have a number needed.
Right.
Certified.
Well, we had the number, we just put the wrong one in, right?
They're the wrong one.
And so that's what happened in this case. And so again, big picture, that's what certifying a mill levy is, or a mill is each district certifying their tax rate. And we as a county aggregating those and applying them to the tax bill.
And then statutorily are also considering whether they are actually delivering the service for which they are receiving the mill. That's kind of our check, right?
Right.
It's not a numbers check, it's just kind of a yeah, a double check on those.
Right.
That's interesting. And I'll tell you where this came from is even though we were talking about the process of assessed values last night, people are really concerned about future tax, burden because the assessed values went up. And the question was, does the county have any control over how much of the allowable mill levy each of these taxing jurisdictions take? And they said, because you have to certify their mills. And my assumption was no, because they have their own boards, they have their own, policies and bylaws and whatever all those legal documents are. But I did make me wonder, like, what's that check all about? So it's not so much a financial check, it's more of a, are you doing your job check?
Right. And the answer, I mean, absolutely unequivocally, when I used to say I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on TV sometimes, or during my job when I worked at DOLA, you cannot, as a county commissioner or as a board, make a decision to not adopt or not allow a certain mill levy.
Correct.
No way. But there is a process that if you suspect or have concerns about a district, it's called oddly named a quinquennial review of special district service plans that can be conducted every 5 years. And you can actually walk through a more formal process of requiring kind of a revisiting of a service plan for any special district.
Learned so much from you, Jared. Unless there's further questions, I'm ready to make a motion. Galina, is that all right?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for all that information. Just learned a lot. So.
I hope we never do a quinquennial review.
Yeah.
But
it's good to know that we have that option, if need be.
I move to approve Dolores County School District RE number 2 in recognition of an error in certification of the mill levy and the need to make a bond payment on June 1st, 2025. The amount of the payment will be $35,456.
I second.
Any discussion? How do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Jared. I can tell this is a complex but elegant solution to a scrivener's error.
We will have more on the 11th with formal documentation to sew it all.
Thanks, Ramona. Thanks, Paige.
Thank you.
We know how hard you work and we know how diligent you are. Sorry about this.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Back to our agenda. I believe the only remaining item until attorneys matter is for me to finish up my commissioner update and then for us to review the CCAT member survey, which I sent to you guys all early this morning. Am I correct that the attorney that we want to consult with for item 16 is available at 2?
He may be.
He may
That's
be.
his estimate. I asked him to text me as soon as he is
Okay.
free, and I have not.
Okay, so let's try to knock this out by 2 and then if at least, and then maybe you can attend part of your meeting. Okay, let's see, going back. Just revisiting that good news that I had about how our community is rallying around our immigrant community and that all of the immigrant serving organizations we spoke to are not seeing a drop in participation. There was one exception, and that was actually Strong Start. As they mentioned here, they have seen fewer applications, and they at that meeting mentioned that they felt, I don't know if it was in particular, but that included immigrant families. And so they were asking for help in that outreach. And I think they said CCAP was also seeing fewer applications and or from immigrant families. So just that was a heads up. On the 15th, I attended the airport board meeting. And let me just cut to the chase here. We discussed the South Side development, which is basically some kind of a ramp, like more space for airplanes, as well as eventually some, I believe, 15 hangars for private use. And let's see, everything is going along as planned. It's a $9.5 million project that will eventually, because of really good federal funding, will only cost the, us, the regional authority, about $2 million, and there will be no debt carried on that project. They're still sorting out whether to sell or lease those, hangars, but they have dozens of people on a wait list for those hangars. So that was interesting. And then I think I may have mentioned this last time, but I just want to reiterate, Kenny, who's the chief guy up there, attended a Association of Airport Executives meeting, and they had a Washington update, and he again reassured me that the FAA funding is pretty secure. He says this is really a nonpartisan issue. And also a lot of it is generated from fees. So that is solid, and there've been no DOGE cuts or anything like that. So that was reassuring. He also, this is interesting to me, he mentioned that their staff will be undergoing firefighting training the week of May 12th, which they already had. And I did not know this, but the airport has 8 employees who are certified firefighters, and they have their own equipment. So they're essentially a self-contained firefighting unit, even though they have obviously cooperative relationships with local fire protection districts. I found that reassuring to know there's another kind of unit out there, particularly for anything that happens at the airport.
And I believe it's solely for, those 8 are solely on the airport.
That makes
because
sense.
they have different gear and
Yeah.
they're dealing with different chemicals as it relates to potential aircraft
Sure.
crashes or spills.
And also they have other jobs. They are
Yeah.
not, they aren't just sitting around, waiting for a fire. I shouldn't be laughing about that.
Yeah.
But they have other jobs, and then they are, co-trained as firefighters. Okay, last Friday I met Peggy Parrish, who is our new director of the Wilkinson Public Library, and just thought she was lovely, and smart, and all the things you want in a library director. I let her know that the previous director made periodic reports to the BOCC, and I don't know if that's like required or just something that Sarah did out of courtesy. But I suggested to Peggy that she add us to her rotation, or that she consider doing that. And she's been connected with Carmen so that when she's ready to kind of talk about her plans and everything, she can come. We already talked about hazardous waste. On Saturday, I went to the Lone Cone Legacy Trust luncheon or brunch on Wrights Mesa at Many Ponies. It was so pleasant and beautiful. And it was, anyway, learned more and more about the Lone Cone Legacy Trust and their continued success. But I also learned, and I think maybe all of you know this, but that Norwood School District received the best grant on Friday. They were notified. They got it. Yeah, so you didn't know. Yeah, that's how I reacted, Lance. Absolute, total, yay, right? And a little bit of a surprise, since they hadn't passed the bond measure in the previous 2 elections. And of course, the awarding of this grant is contingent on the bond measure being passed. So that'll be back on the Norwood School District, ballot in the fall. But at that luncheon, I chatted with Mayor Meehan, and first of all, they received a $2 million, what would you call it? I think I wrote it. Anyway, a reduction in their match. So not only did they get the best grant, but there's some kind of a program where you can also apply to reduce your match, and they got that $2 million. So that helps. But they also have some other ideas of how they might try to reduce the level of the dollar value on the match, and hope to get it passed. And I think too, with knowing that the grant is available, hopefully that will encourage. What do you think, Lance?
Time will tell.
Time will tell. Okay. I also stopped into the Open Space Commission talking about the history of the High Country Zone, as well as Gary Hickox, as Galena mentioned. He was there, talked a lot about the formation of the San Miguel Conservation Foundation and the acquisition of Bear Creek, and how since then they've acquired 10 adjacent mining claims, and they're doing great. Talked about intergovernmental. And then the last thing is, last night, the assessor's presentation. This was Sarah's 3rd significant community outreach that she's done in the last few weeks. One was an off the record show. Galena mentioned she was in Norwood, and then last night here in this room, we had 37 people in attendance, 10 in person and 27 online. And there were some really hard questions, not obviously, but I wasn't surprised that Sarah answered them super elegantly, completely. She's so gracious, so bright, and at the end of it, people were just like thanking her, recognizing how complicated the work is, how hard it is, really complimenting her office. I would say that we all still have a little bit of question about how an assessment actually occurs. It's kind of a black box, but the confidence that people have in Sarah's office was really apparent. And also, I think appreciation for a clear understanding of the appeals process. So that if they feel like it's somehow unfair, that they have many steps that they can go to for to get it right. One thing I want to mention is that there was a lot, and I kind of referenced this earlier, conversation about concern about increasing property taxes because of the higher assessed value. I've mentioned that twice in the meeting, I think, and we obviously let people talk about that, but then Sarah and I reminded them that that's not Sarah's job. That is our job, the BOCC. And so I encouraged them to get involved in the budget planning process, and also mentioned Senate Bill 24B-1001 that Jared reminded me of yesterday, which is the new, what would you call it? Cap, I guess, that we have at a state level for most taxing jurisdictions, excluding the schools, of 5.25% a year. And so that is a significant governor. I kept hearing the word windfall. Are the taxing jurisdictions all going to just take this windfall that could come from the higher assessed valuation? So I didn't have tons of information on that, but I think that is something that those who were here felt somewhat reassured by. So that's that. Do we want to go to the CCAT survey? And once again, this is kind of last minute. Sorry, it just came through on Friday, and it just kind of hit my radar a couple days ago. So CCAT, which is Colorado Counties Acting Together, which is the association of the more progressive counties in Colorado, is asking for input from all their members. We are a founding member. Thank you, Commissioner Cooper, I think. Regarding how we want them to kind of prioritize their work over the summer, and then also regarding the next legislative session, which we're already thinking about, I guess. So I just wanted to go over this with you, and particularly with commissioners and staff, to find out how how you'd like me to complete this survey. So the first big chunk, I'm going to go back so I can see Commissioner Gleason. There you are. Is asking us to score the following policy concepts, unfinished 2025 bills, and advocacy ideas based on how much these would benefit our county. I really like the way they've set this question up, because it's not like, do you think this is a priority for CCAT? It's like us, like, how does this really impact us? So the first one, county revenue diversification. So that's basically looking for new and different revenue streams for the county. And that's a big concern for other counties. You're saying big thumbs up?
I'd say moderate to high.
Moderate to high?
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. I would call it high, depending on.
Let's go with high. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Legislator education and relationship building. So that's, I don't want to say schmoozing. It's schmoozing with content, right? Developing those relationships.
Using with focus.
Yeah.
Moderate to high.
We have to pick moderate or high.
Moderate.
I think moderate too, because I think we have relationships of our own. So it's not like something, okay. State budget advocacy. That's pretty broad, but high.
It's high.
Everybody. Okay. Large county commissioner elections, I'll say no benefit, right? We don't really care about that. They've been trying to figure out a new system for larger counties. Automated solar permitting, I will say no benefit to us.
Correct.
Okay, because we have a great system for particularly small scale. Crash prevention enterprise, I don't even know what that is. Sorry.
Don't either.
Unsure?
Unsure.
Gleaning insights?
I'm unsure on that. I don't know what that means.
Reinsurance and healthcare funding. I think that's probably high.
Hi.
Moderate to high? Anybody feel it shouldn't be high? High, okay. Fairness and transparency in municipal court if videoed.
Vetoed.
Vetoed.
Oh, sorry, what did I say? Videoed, vetoed. Maybe unsure?
Unsure, because I don't think that's a big issue for us, but I don't also know what they're proposing.
Agreed, okay. Homeowners insurance enterprises,
High.
I think high.
Agreed.
Yes.
Interpret that as
The
how
reinsurance.
to work with the fact that fire is particularly hard to insure.
Exactly,
Yeah. we won't-
yeah, especially given that big bill passed, which I personally like. Tabor reform, or didn't pass.
Is that the big beautiful building you're talking about?
It was another one. This is at the state level, it was a mini beautiful bill. Thank you for making me laugh. Tabor reform. Let's talk to, like, Jared, I want to know what you think about Tabor reform. Do we need that?
Jared already talked us through that and said we can get pop.
Yeah, that was a watch it.
I think that is the intention behind that one is, you know, again, taking another bite at the apple of
Let's put unsure.
Under
getting out
Bill.
from under Tabor. which
Fair.
is-
HUTF reclassification. You road people, isn't that roads?
Yeah, I just turned to Jared.
What is that? Reclassifying, there's more money coming for county roads?
I'm assuming they're talking about changing the funding formula to distribute differently based on some other factor, which
We are unsure.
I think so too.
I think that's, you know, you gotta think that is a finite pie and slicing up pieces differently.
That's right.
Right,
We're not
exactly.
sure if that's to our advantage or not.
Exactly. Proactive housing. I don't know what that is. I guess maybe housing bills coming from all of us, but should we say unsure unless anybody else knows?
The way that's worded, I would say unsure because that could mean a lot of different things.
Agreed. Medicaid funding.
High.
Hi.
Yep, okay, okay, thank you, and then that was repeated, I think that's an error, okay. Do you have a specific policy or bill concept not mentioned above that you would like CCAT to explore working on for 2026 session?
Yes, what was it? Well, this is a smaller one, but it's the amount of the state's reimbursement for veteran services from our meeting yesterday that I failed to mention with the State Division of Veterans Affairs and Mikhail Madsen. And they discussed the current reimbursement rate of $9 per hour. And we're spending $25 per hour for that person. It used to be close to 50-50, and that subsidy from the state has not evolved as the wages have gone up. So I don't know if that's a high priority for us, but I know I definitely liked the idea of us supporting greater state reimbursements through the Colorado Division of Veterans Affairs.
Okay, state reimbursement rate for veteran services.
Increase, yeah, we want them to increase that. And they were talking about a fiscal impact of roughly $500,000 for the state to get them closer to a $12.50 rate reimbursement.
They wanted to get them to minimum wage, is that what 12 is?
No, 12, that's $14.51.
Yeah, okay, state reimbursement increase for VSO, how's that sound?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
anybody else have ideas in there?
I mean, I feel that this hopefully is going to address homeowners insurance rates through the homeowners insurance enterprises in regard to wildfire mitigation and how that affects rates, but that's something really high priority.
I agree, and I was thinking about that as well, when I mentioned the big bad bill that didn't pass, or big beautiful didn't pass, it was about a reinsurance program where there was a 1% fee that was gonna be charged to homeowners, and that would go into a fund for the state to provide, kind of the first chunk of any kind of, and so it failed because legislators felt that they just didn't want to put one more cost on a homeowner, even though maybe, or presumably down the line, it would reduce their costs. So I feel like they should try to look at that again with a different.
I think,
funding.
yeah, looking at it through the lens of somehow trying to establish those funds through the insurance industry rather than taking that money initially from homeowners. And I'm sure that's a very controversial idea, but I think their creative minds could craft a bill that would go after it in that way.
Okay, I'll mention that reinsurance and other ways to mitigate homeowners insurance costs. Right? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. Nancy, you look like you're thinking really hard.
Got a pretty full agenda here. I don't think that.
Okay, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Then next, what would success look like to you in CCAT's interim legislator education work? That was the one we said we didn't really need so much. This moderate benefit. Let's just leave one. More people who vote the way we want them to. Right? Okay. Should I write that, or is that?
No, you should not.
Okay. No. Are there I would write it differently, but are there any partner organizations you wish to see CCAT work?
Well, I take that back.
Yeah.
Not on that one, but I do think one of the trends we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years has been legislators trying to reduce property taxes, but doing so year after year, session after session, in ways that make it so much more difficult for the assessor and counties to explain to their constituents, and people are frustrated and they can't ascertain oftentimes. So I think.
And also hard to implement.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Simplicity.
Yeah.
Well, so.
Razor property taxation.
So maybe we should say something like a
They're
permanent.
doing legislative fixes to try and get around Tabor and other. I felt like I could have said this more. Could have thought about this more eloquently.
That's okay.
But basically, we would like to see legislators stop trying to band-aid the property tax system and try and work towards a more simplified way.
But I may suggest, in that scenario, because they don't actually have, they've kind of divorced. Schools are exempt from this 5.25%.
And home rule municipalities.
That's what I was waiting for.
But I sit and I'm like, why are schools exempt largely? It's because the state knows they have to backfill if they don't generate those resources locally. Right. And so.
But why are home rule municipalities?
Because they're special, as they always are. But I sit and I think that legislators for the last 3 years have been trying to solve a problem that is not theirs. It's every local government's problem to solve. What is the appropriate tax rate to charge your citizens? What is the appropriate capture of your revenue or not, right? And so, it seems like they've complicated things significantly. And they don't really have as big of a, stake in the game. They aren't the ones that are receiving property taxes. Right. And so I think it's one of those like, hey, stop mucking it up.
How's this? Permanent simplified fix to property tax system, parentheses, no more ad hoc, complicated, difficult to implement Band-Aids.
Yes.
Or fewer or.
Yeah. And then the other thing is they summarily said, okay, we're going to limit everybody to this, but it doesn't have any allowance for what if you have a critical infrastructure need that you need to fund? And we have several. So.
They
I think
also
we got.
kind of reset all of our,
Voter approved.
voter approvals
Exactly.
Yeah.
from previous
Yep.
years.
Yep.
And
That's
so
frustrating.
it's one of those.
I think that was the point. Okay, thank you for all that. And if anyone thinks of anything between now and tonight, I can add it because it's, although they need it to end of day. Okay.
Okay.
Are there any partner organizations you wish to see CCAT work with more actively?
Leave that one to you, Ed.
Okay, I don't have anything. I mean, it really would be like, okay. And then it says, can you please describe the top 3 issues your county is facing right now? And I had one, which is, this is hopefully temporal, but response to changes in federal policy, particularly in regards to public land, immigration, and human services. And what I'm getting at here is it feels like a added workload to commissioners and staff to respond to all of this. And one thing that I'll suggest is that informally, the counties and CCAT have been working together to share the letters that we're writing and, like our public land resolution and so forth. And I was going to suggest that CCAT try to develop some kind of a system for us to do that, because we'll probably be doing that for the next few years. And I know, as you said, CCAT has a lot on their plate, but if they could at least.
That would be a good archive and easy service.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking, like a Google Drive and then some kind of a, place that we could talk about it. So that was one, but I don't know if, how the rest of you feel about that. And does that like beat housing and climate, resilience and, all of that?
No, just put those as the other two and we're good.
I mean, I would refer to the both of you and staff as to, I mean, having gotten sworn in a week before the Trump administration, this all seems like normal workload to me because I have nothing to compare it to, or maybe not workload, but like dispersion of work. But just hearing feedback from Anne specifically, it sounds like this is taking our focus away from some of our other kind of like normal cadence work. So seems like a top issue.
You're correct, Galina, that this is, none of it's taking focus or just adding extra work on top of the things that we know we need to do here locally. But as Star is an example of somebody who's marching double, if not triple time right now, trying to keep up with all the federal lands changes and trying to formulate our responses. So and let's go with that observation that you made about the federal government, and then add our housing, our climate and resiliency, and when I throw in mental health, those are our big 3.
Okay, access to behavioral health, although I feel like we're making some progress there, but
You could leave that off and just have 3.
if they want 3, I would be okay dropping that off.
Great.
Anything I'm missing, people who are dealing with this every day? Well, all of
think
us
so.
dealing with it every day, okay. Thank you. Please score the following revenue diversification concepts based on how much they would benefit your county. First one, excise tax concept. High, right? It's just a tool in our toolbox?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of how we implement it.
Or what we'd implement it on, right?
Or even if we have the legal ability as a county to.
Right.
Are they
That's what
talking
they're trying
about?
to
What
get.
I'm saying is we get the legal ability.
Yeah.
And what would we do with that?
We can say unsure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I guess we're trying to, maybe I should read through the whole list, because if they're gonna prioritize 1 or 2, we should know that. So excise tax is 1, services tax is another, which I think is similar to an excise tax, but on a service. Tell me if I'm wrong. Vacant property tax concept. I think that's high right there. But anyway, real estate transfer tax, also high. Short-term rental classification. Oh, okay. That's creating a separate category for short-term rentals.
Mhm.
Sales tax and unincorporated counties.
Did you say hi for that?
I didn't say, I was just commenting. So
Oh,
just so
oh.
we get the full picture.
Sure, sorry.
Sales tax and unincorporated counties concept. Sorry, that was with commentary.
Hmm.
Okay, so of those 6,
I think the ones that would have the most impact on our county are vacant property tax concept, short real estate transfer fees and short-term rental classification due to the resort nature of the economy.
Yes, I agree that those are all high.
Okay, okay, high, and then let's go back to the top, excise tax. I'm kind of looking at staff about IAMs for excise tax and services tax. You got, the commissioners have a view on those? Should we say unsure?
I'll look to staff if they feel strongly, but I feel unsure about both. And I think that sales tax in unincorporated counties is low or none.
Yeah. Agree with low, because we just don't have that much commercial
Exactly.
property.
Correct.
Staff, we're leaning on you for excise tax and services tax.
Maura?
I mean,
Nance?
there's, I think particularly the services tax has been one that has come up time and time again because a lot of, and particularly in our economy, a lot of services
Mhm.
are they're not taxed, right? You go to a mechanic, you pay tax on the parts for your car, but
Right.
you are not paying a tax on the
Labor.
And so ultimately, there's been a lot of discussion at the statewide level of how people have shifted a lot of their purchasing in terms of consumerism towards services. And that could be a pretty significant driver in our economy. I think it's something we would want to understand a lot better.
I think we're still unsure.
But
Yeah, it's interesting. That's the way the world is, or America has evolved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Galena, are you okay with unsure on services tax?
Yeah, I have some questions about that and how that would evolve, because I feel kind of torn about taxing those things hard.
Yeah, I think, sorry.
Yeah, I think unsure is a good answer at this point on that,
Okay, and then.
because I am unsure.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, I think could potentially have a high benefit, but whether we would implement it or not, we just don't know, so.
Right, I guess I'll just elaborate very quickly. The people that would be paying on those taxes, a lot of time would be like regular everyday working people is kind of the way I look at it, which I kind of fundamentally have a hard time with increasing that tax on that tax base, but I don't know. It's further discussion is needed on that, I feel.
I hear you. Excise tax, should we say unsure?
I think without identifying what, we have an excise tax on marijuana and gasoline and a few other things. What are we aiming at? What would our community need? I don't think we've really considered. I'm
Okay.
sure there are other
Let's just stick with
places-
unsure, just sorry to cut you off, but I want to keep us going here. What goals and outcomes would you want CCAT to achieve through state budget advocacy? Balanced budget, how about, like, don't shift more costs to the counties if we think that's a concern? Is that, yeah?
Yes.
All right, anything else popping to anyone's mind? If Not,
Are you talking about unfunded mandates when you talk about not shifting more?
I guess I was, yeah, unfunded, but also like if they have to cut
Correct.
their costs and we know the work still needs to get done. I don't even know if that's really happening. I kind of think it might be, but I don't know. Should I just say unfunded mandates?
That's the drum everybody else beats.
Exactly.
Mhm. You could also add the shifting of
Okay.
state program costs to counties,
Oh, okay.
or essentially reducing their share of funds.
Yeah. Unfunded mandates. Okay, thanks. Overall, how satisfied are you with CCAS legislative advocacy work during the 2025 season? I think these people are amazing, so I would say very satisfied. But I can't say that I have specific data on that, like in terms of how many of the bills we
Confidence
want.
in the assessment. You're close to this.
Okay. Which aspects of CCAS legislative advocacy were more effective this season? I think I can leave these off unless you guys have strong feelings about the next two. Okay, do you have any other feedback, ideas, or suggestions? And that's where I put in my idea, as you said, of an archive, Lance. I like that word. Anything else? Kind of a catch-all? Nope. Okay, we're done. Thank you. I'll get that filled out tonight. All right, are we ready to move into attorney matters? Do we know if Mark is available yet? Or should we break until
He won't be
is?
available until after 2:30 or so. And he has
Okay.
not been able to review the docs because he's been in another matter.
Oh, I thought he did. Oh, you didn't review the new ones.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Correct.
I propose that we break until 2:45, question mark? 3? Just to make
I-
sure that works. You
I kind of feel like I'd like to
want to just dive
hear
in?
from Maura, and I think there's a good part of the conversation that we could have
Yep.
without Mark.
Okay. Unless, would you like to go off and do the other meeting you had? Okay, so we'll start without Mark.
Mhm.
Hopefully he'll come available during.
And then we can
meeting.
recess.
Okay, Galena, how does that work for you?
I'm gonna have a hard stop somewhere around 3. So I'm
Okay.
sorry, but that's the way
Here.
my
Yep.
This is gonna work fine, Galena.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will say I'm hitching a ride and I might need to leave slightly before then, so I will just communicate with you all when I have to tap out. But
Perfect.
would love to be part of the conversation as long as I can.
Good to know. Okay, so Maura, do you have any other update or are we can we go right into executive session?
My one and only update is just an FYI on June 4th through 7th, I'll be going to attend my first county attorneys conference in Steamboat. So I'll be out those days, but available between panels and look forward to reporting back on that.
That's great.
Excellent.
I know you already have been making friends on listserv. So.
Yeah, I haven't met many of them in person yet though. so
Yeah.
it's too good.
Okay, good use of your time. 15B, consider, oopsie, nope, 16. Oh, my agenda's not up to date. Thank you. Okay, this item 16A is an executive session regarding discussion of the sewer authority for regional wastewater treatment plant. We are going into executive session on citation 4B, conference with an attorney, and 4E, determining negotiation strategies. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
How do you vote?
Ah,
Aye.
I as well. We are heading into executive session. And I should let the public know that after the executive session, we have no other business on the agenda. We'll just report out that we follow the rules and gave our attorney and staff direction. So if you want to go on to other business, please do.
let's see, we're gonna break out, or how do you wanna do this?
Carmen's driving, so Carmen will answer that.
Looks like she's breaking us out.
Driving us today.
Hello, San Miguel County. It is 3:51 PM. It is still May 21st, and we are out of executive session. During that executive session, we discussed only the item agendized and gave direction to our staff. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, how do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. This meeting